Good morning, everybody. Being 10 o'clock, I'm going to call us to order and open the public hearing on HB 1387 relative to revisions of the state building code, and welcome Representative McGuire to present.
Good morning. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack 27, which is the district for Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And House Bill 1357, or 1387, excuse me, is technical revisions to the process of making revisions to the Building Code Board. It is a procedural bill. It doesn't actually update the code. And it was a request of the Building Code Review Board. And the chair of the Building Code Review Board is here to explain the details if you have any questions. I'll try to answer any easy ones.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Greta.
Thank you. Representative McGuire, this is a bill that we review every year or every other year to make sure that our building codes are updated. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. Can you?
That is the next bill coming up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This one is as I said, it's some minor tweaks to the structure of the Building Code Review Board and other updates to the process, not to the codes themselves.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Philip Sherman, Building Code Review Board.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Philip Sherman, Chair of the Building Code Review Board. I speak in favor of this bill, obviously. This bill is primarily what I'll call housekeeping, a term of art clearly, of RSA 155A, and just picking up some things that we think can clean things up a little bit. I'm prepared to walk through each of these disjointed parts in order and then answer questions, or if you'd prefer and want to interrupt me as we go along, because they do sort of stand alone.
If you want to take a brief pause at certain points to see if there are questions, that would probably be helpful. And if not, we can just keep moving on.
Okay, so I'll just run through the points generally in order that they are in the bill. So currently, there is an accessibility certification that's required to be submitted to the owner. And this bill also requires that certification, which is already required to be done, to be submitted to the building inspector. At this time, the building inspector is sort of left chasing the owner around trying to get a copy of the certification to see if it was ever done or not. So that's simply an administrative thing. The bill proposes reassigning one member of the Board of Building Code Review Board from a mechanical engineer to a mechanical or a fire protection engineer. Fire protection engineers frequently have very broad background in the various codes. The Board of Fire Control includes an FPE now, and we think that that's an appropriate mix for our board without adding another member to the board. The bill places a 3-year term on alternate members of the board without a limit on the number of terms. So primary members of the board have a limit of three-year terms, 9 years total. Alternates do not. Frequently, they move on to board primary positions. The reason for this is we've had alternates sort of drift away, and I believe we may have had one drift off the face of this earth, and nobody knows. So this just gives us a check to say, are you still there? Are you interested? Are you participating? And then somebody just reappoints them. It's kind of no muss, no fuss. The bill clarifies the method used to assess the cost impact of proposed updated codes and brings it into alignment with the method used since this requirement was in place. So currently the RSA requires us to do cost estimates. We have no ability to do that. And in fact, states that spend a lot of money on this really are not doing cost estimates. They may take a sample case or something like that. What my understanding has been done for 20-something years now is the relative cost impact is assessed. Does it cost more money? Does it cost less money? Or is there no impact at all? Which is really all we have the capability of doing. And that's what the reports going back some time have reflected. So this just talks about the relative cost impact rather than a firm estimate of cost. The bill proposes to eliminate the need for a model code to be published for 2 years before submitting for ratification. This is done for the following reasons. We think it may take some of the pressure off some municipalities who want to get to a later edition of the model code quicker. So there's a bit of a tussle where some municipalities want to take the codes that are in the New Hampshire State Building Code and adopt a later edition of the model code. And this may take some of the pressure off of that. Secondly, in this day and age, the entire model code process is very open to any interested party on the web. You can see everything. That's different than it was several years ago. Trade groups are very active in the code adoption process. Generally, any large areas of disagreement are well known before the code is ever published. Therefore, the need to wait is reduced. The ability to rely on other states who publish analyses is maintained, as they also have a somewhat similar code adoption process, and that aligns with the publication of their analyses anyway. So their own people need that analysis before we do. And if we track a Rhode Island or a Florida, who are the two who write the reports we sometimes look to, they're sort of on the same cycle we are, and that work is still available publicly. And the federal government frequently is ahead of that when they do the areas that they're interested in analyzing. This being said, we think that the electrical code, consisting of many more detailed requirements than most other codes, is a somewhat special case. In talking with an active member of their code process, who's a supporter of our process, it seems that reducing this 2 years to 1 year might make more sense. And given the publication cycle of the electrical code, that would give them the ability to see it for a year before it comes into our system. And in fact, we can't move any quicker than that anyway, just given our ratification process and so on and so forth. So it would not bother us at all if that was amended to simply change the 2 years to 1 year. The bill proposes that the long-standing Energy Code compliance form, which is usable statewide, be adopted by amendment rather than by rule, in order that can be in place when a new code is effective. So currently, the Department of Energy actually writes the form for us, and then we put it on our website. If we have to go through a rule-making process, there's a significant delay before that can come into effect. And in that case, it just, it always lags. So by doing it with an amendment, you simply ratify the form along with all the other amendments that you ratify, and they would have the same schedule as the codes itself. We think that's a more effective way to get that form out on the street. The bill clarifies that we are in the appeals route for the the Electricians Board, the Home Inspectors Board, and the Mechanical Licensing Board. No change in responsibilities occurs. It just clarifies in the statute, which currently simply refer to the RSA number where those boards are buried, as to what those boards are. We propose to repeal 155A2 Roman numeral 5 as it's duplicative. It's addressed other places in the statute. We propose to repeal 155A3-A relative to biomass boilers. That was a big thing back when it was written, actually for a state project. As I understand it, it's all in the codes now. It's pretty well established. There really isn't a need for a statute to require us to permit them, because they're permitted by the codes anyway. And we've not heard any real tussle about that lately. Likewise, 155A3B is proposed to be repealed. That addresses log structures. That was in a lot of state of flux back in the day. There's now a standard out on how to build a log structure, and no real need for a statute requiring us to adopt the standard. The standard's in the code anyway. Then lastly, the bill proposes to repeal 155A10 Roman numeral 4E, again, it's simply duplicative with other sections of the RSA that cover the same thing. So all in all, most of this bill is housekeeping, in our opinion anyway, with a few material issues as just discussed. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis.
Thank you. So this is relative to page 1, line 24, as far as the cost. So is it the current practice, you said they're looking at whether it increases, decreases, or doesn't change it. Is there, in the current practice, is there at least some idea of the estimate, whether it's minor or maybe major?
The problem with cost estimates is if we said, well, I need to put in that kind of a light fixture. Somebody on some of these things, especially electrical items, which tend to be discrete, they're a thing you buy and you install it. Somebody can put a cost on that. No idea how many times that gets used over the course of however long we might want to talk about it. So the cost to an individual project is one thing. The cost to the population of the state is something else again. I think certainly some of these things are obvious when there's a large cost. I mean, a reasonable person can look at them and decide that, and the committees certainly take that into account. So the committees of our board that look at a specific code are the ones with expertise in using that code. And there have been several where they've said, this is too big of a thing to bite.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
So I mean, is it where there is a case where it's reasonably clear? Is that mentioned in the reports currently, or whether or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So you mentioned something about a report coming out of this analysis, or did I misunderstand?
Yes, and my apologies. The reports sit on our website, and I'm happy to get this committee the copies of those reports if you like. They basically take the published significant change booklets, which just eliminate the little administrative and typo errors, and go down each one of them and assess this relative cost to them.
So follow up.
Follow up.
So my question is, do those reports at least point out the ones where there's expected to be a significant impact? Not a detailed estimate, but that's called
Perhaps
out.
not explicitly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just real briefly, Representative McGuire, are we sending this to subcommittee? Okay, cool. I have two more cards real quick, but I do, yeah. Okay. Matt Mayberry.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, committee members. My name is Matt Mayberry. I live in Dover, New Hampshire. I'm the Executive Vice President of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. So you'll be hearing, seeing us a lot today. The BCRB and Phil Sherman do an amazing job. I didn't realize how much work they did until I started sitting in these meetings, and they do a great job. The New Hampshire Home Builders Association is in disagreement with one proposal. It's line 26 and 27. It's the deletion of, that has been published for 2 years. What we've done in practice, representatives, is that we've let other states adopt codes and we see how they adapt to it. If it works for them, if it doesn't work for them. And then we learn from their mistakes. So we're always kind of a code cycle behind other parts of the nation. Along roughly with 31 other states do the same thing. And so I'm just asking the committee to please consider not enacting the change on lines 26 and 27 and let us remain behind one cycle and let other states make mistakes, and we'll learn from them. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Appreciate
you.
it. Michael Harrison? speaking in opposition? If you just turn your mic on there. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Michael Harrison. I live in Pennacook, New Hampshire. I'm a licensed plumber and a member of the Mechanical Safety and Licensing Board. The Mechanical Safety and Licensing Board would just like to speak in opposition of one section in regards to the repeal of 155-11A, specifically to the appeals process. It's our understanding that the Mechanical Licensing Board at this time is not subject to such an appeals process to the Building Code Board. We would not be in favor of such a change. We don't believe that such oversight is required.
Great. Any questions? Yes, Representative Grota.
Thank you. So what is your process right now for that wouldn't require this repeal?
Thank you for the question. Currently, the process by which appeals of code disputes within the state comes to the board is through the Mechanical Safety and Licensing arm of the OPLC, specifically our state inspectors, also through the public, through a process of reporting. Those reports are investigated by members of the OPLC and then brought to the board for rulings.
Follow up?
Thank you, Philip. Thank you. So why wouldn't this process be more expedient than the other?
Our understanding is that this process would be in addition to ours. So decisions made by the Mechanical Safety and Licensing Board could be appealed to a higher level. That process currently isn't in place as we understand it.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to go back to, I guess, is it on lines 11 on page 2 that you're concerned with?
It is.
Am I not correct in reading this, that the only changes were putting the words determining what the boards are? The RSAs are referring to the boards. It just clarifies in statute what the board is.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't believe that Mechanical Safety and Licensing was listed previously.
Yeah, follow up.
My understanding is that it was specifically in relation to electrical and home inspection.
Just a question, I guess, then for the chair, because I see only the wording mechanical licensing, and I guess I'll have to pull up the RSA.
Yeah,
but
I'm
I
working.
think it's just the wording, putting the name of the board in. Oh, I have
Working on it.
Yeah, but I need a.
It's a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be.
I need a. 7.1A.
Yeah. Representative Lakis, you got it?
Yeah,
Next one.
it is, our 319C is the section for electricians and C4 is the
it does put
board.
in,
So, as far as I can read the
say,
existing
just put the
statute,
wording.
is it the electricians or
3.7A, they're already in there.
that you're concerned about?
No, Mechanical Safety and Licensing.
Okay, sorry, I'm going, that'd be 153.
Licensed plumbers and mechanical
Sorry.
safety, that's different.
I'm looking at it now, and the statute states that it also establishes under RSA 153:27A, which it just adds in mechanical licensing. They're already part of that statute.
Yeah, we'll certainly take a look at it. There's no need for you to sit while we discuss it. We can discuss it when we go into exec session. The mechanical licensing session is there, but I'm not seeing the part pertaining to appeals. So I'd like to figure out if that's the case, and maybe actually we could have Mr. Sherman come back up and clarify for us. But did you have anything else that you wish to testify?
No,
about?
that was it. Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Sherman, would you mind coming up real quickly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just read the section to you the way it stands today. The board shall hear appeals of final decisions from the board established under 319C4. That's the electricians board. We just add the name electricians board. The board established under RSA 310A 186. That's the home inspectors board. We just add the label home inspector. And the and the board established under RSA 153-27A, which is already the mechanical licensing board. We're just clarifying the label for those of us who don't have all the RSAs memorized.
Representative Gould and then Representative Lakis.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, this language in the new bill would not replace any procedures that are currently happening.
Changes nothing. It just clarifies the bill so you can read it and know what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you. Representative Lakis, question?
Actually, at this point, no. It's, I mean, he was asking about mechanical, and 14327A is the
It's
mechanical
mechanical.
licensing
Yeah, it is
board.
mechanical licensing. Yep.
And somebody asked a question about, anyway, they can conduct hearings for disciplinary stuff. But anyway, it just adds the name.
Yep, it does. It refers to the RSA, and we're just changing that with the name mechanical licensing. So we found it. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it. Representative McWilliams. Welcome back to EDNA. Yeah, your microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning. Representative Rebecca McWilliams from South Concord. I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing forward this bill. I think this is an important housekeeping bill. And perhaps as a bit of a preview of coming attractions, I just want to stress how important it is. On the first page, line 26, that we strike the fact that it needed to have been published for 2 years in order to review a newer version of a code. Things have changed a lot since we were receiving paper and bound copies of codes to review. Now everything's available online. It's much easier to access the 2024 code. You can search it and read it at your own convenience. And so I think this is a barrier that has been holding things back for us to do the review at the BCRB. So I want to thank you for your time and just stress that point. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you feel that we need to wait? Do we need to have that time frame that some of the others testifiers have mentioned, a year or two, so that we can properly review what other states have done? Or I will leave it at that.
Thank you for the question. So as I think we all know in this room, the code comes out in 3-year cycles, so 18, 21, 24. So you already have the latest and greatest when you're considering the current year's code, pretty much, give or take. And I don't think we ever want to be on the cutting edge in New Hampshire. We tend to be a little conservative, and we'd like to wait and see 3 years to see what's happening with the 24 codes before we adopt them. So we're currently not looking at the 24 codes in 2024. In terms of letting us see what other states are up to, that's kind of a natural outgrowth of being on a 3-year cycle. I don't see us proposing to adopt mid-cycle to try to jump up to the 24 code in a year before 27, right? So we're at 2024 looking at 2021. So we'll be at 2027 looking at 2024. So I think it's sort of like a built-in buffer and safety for us to see what's going on. And I don't think that's going to change. But is it really necessary? That's kind of open for interpretation. Yep.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Representative Lakis.
Thank you. So I think you mentioned that we're always going to be 3 years behind anyway. Is that in statute somewhere, or is it just practice?
I would have to go back through the RSAs to really answer the question as to whether we need to delay in statute, but it has been our common practice to stay 3 years behind, as also most of the states around us. It seems to be sort of a New England attitude, but I can't tell you yes or no based on statute.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if there's somebody here who might be able to answer that, it would be helpful.
Sure, we can see if Mr. Sherman can. He seems happy to. Thank you, Representative. Appreciate
you.
your time. Give us a little time, Mr. Sherman. We'll come up with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's an intermediate step that's useful to remember, and that is that we have a standing legislative advisory committee on building and fire codes now, and some of the members of this committee sit on that committee. So we have a fairly obvious ability to know whether we're getting off the rails early. So I can't say that there's a statute that prohibits really quick updates to the codes. But there is a general sense, which we've heard from members of the legislature and most of us agree with, that the code is published on a 3-year cycle. We ought to be adopting things on a 3-year cycle. And the question is just how far is the offset with those 2 cycles? It's difficult to write that kind of thing into statute because weird stuff happens. COVID. Right now, the 2024 Energy Code is held up on the model code side through appeals. It hasn't been published yet, whereas the other ones have. So it's not a completely smooth system at any level. But certainly there's a desire on the part of a lot of us to at some point get on to some kind of an orderly 3-year cycle where the outer world knows New Hampshire updates their codes, roughly at this point. It's a bit of a holy grail, but we may get there.
Representative Lakes?
I'm just saying, thank you.
Real quick, one question from me. Who is on the cutting edge? What states are the quickest out, and what's their time frame in comparison to the release of the information?
I don't know the answer to that question right now. What I can say is that I sense more of a drift in recent years to try and get onto an orderly schedule. It may be quick, it may be slow, but rather than what a lot of the states, including ours, have gone through, where they sort of stick with an old code for longer than they wished, and then they jump. Sometimes we've jumped editions in order to catch up with things. So I think there's a desire. I will never say nationwide. There are states that don't even have a statewide building code yet. But, there's a desire, the people that I talk to kind of get things sorted out. So there's some sense of a repetitive schedule, a syncopation, if you will.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we have 3 minutes. Yes.
Good morning, Matt Mayberry from the New Hampshire Home Builders. Once again, I have the answer to that question. It's currently 5 states that are using the most recent bills, and those are Louisiana, Connecticut, Montana, Nevada, and New Jersey. And the one thing I like to add is if it's just presumed or common practice, then why don't we just leave it in writing?
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much. Did anybody else wish to testify on HB 1387? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we're off until 10:30 unless you wanted to move to exec. No, we got like 1 minute. 2 minutes. All right. It's 10:30, so I'd like to open the public hearing on HB 1059 relative to the State Building Code, and welcome back Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you. House Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27. And House Bill 1059 is the fairly regular update to the state building code. So it includes the updates to the building code, mostly to the 2021 version, including the amendments ratified by the board. We'll need to change the December 8th, 2023 date to January 12th, 2024, because that was the last meeting of the Building Code Review Board, and there are some amendments there. If you want to know the technical details of the amendments, I've sent them out in very large PDF packages. Or you can ask Mr. Sherman, who will no doubt be testifying shortly. The Building Code Review Board did not approve the update to the Energy Code. That was a split decision, and with the help of Representative McWilliams, I have included, or I'm presenting an amendment that updates the Energy Code as well. I do not personally support updating the Energy Code for reasons you'll hear from other people, but I think we need to debate it. It was a split decision on the board, and if we do update the Energy Code, we want to include the Building Code Review Board amendments, most of which are carried forward from the current version, and which were approved at the meeting on January 12th. So here is that amendment. The only real basically it goes to the later version of the Energy Code, which was not recommended by the Building Code Review Board, and updates the date of the final meeting. So if you have any question, and I believe that that code needs to be considered with the other updates, if anyone wants to have it, and from the emails I've been getting, quite a few people do. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Can you tell us what the strikeout of the last sentence is about?
That's in the basic bill. No, I can't. Sorry, but it is not a change from the original bill. It's
Yeah, I understand.
just in there.
I'm sure Mr. Sherman can answer. Any other questions? Thank you, Representative McGuire.
Yep.
Representative McWilliams?
Good morning again, Chair, members of the committee, Representative McWilliams from South Concord. I want to thank Representative McGuire, Chair McGuire, for presenting the original bill 1059 and also the amendment, which includes the Energy Code. And with the few minutes that I have to just give you a little background, in my day job, I work as an architect. I work with a very large nationwide firm that does architecture, engineering, and construction for huge industrial facilities. Some of our clients include Coke and Pepsi, Cayuga Milk, the Kellogg companies. We do a lot of work for facilities that have large freezers, large warehouses, very small office space. Why is this important? Because they're commercial and because these very large facilities are often large energy users do things like chill and freeze their products, milk and ice cream, as an example. So when we talk about the Energy Code and when we talk about updating all the codes in New Hampshire, these clients, when they're located in New Hampshire, will be looking to what is the code requirement for when I'm doing either a major renovation, an addition, or a new facility here in New Hampshire. And I would posit to you that it matters whether they are able to send someone out and commission to make sure that the freezer is not leaking cold air out into the atmosphere and wasting money, as a baseline in our code. Rather than saying, that's up to you, you can choose to go above and beyond the code and check to see if the freezer is actually losing its cooling out into the world. We as a state care about energy use. We care about our electricity lines and our natural gas pipelines. And having to increase transmission and natural gas pipelines because of increased production and not keeping up with energy efficiency and commissioning would be a lack on our part of oversight. So for that reason, I'm very passionate about including commercial commissioning as a baseline in our energy code and making sure that that's something that we're fighting for when we're increasing the codes to the 2021. Because if we don't do that, then we as a state are simply allowing some of these things to become normal when they don't need to be normal. We can have someone come out and immediately commission as soon as construction is done and make sure that the building envelope is not leaking. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Lakis.
Thank you. So if we were not to include this change on the Energy Conservation Code, is there anything in statute rules or the building code that would prevent a company from specifying that certain additional things beyond what might be in the code be done as part of, their contract to have the building built?
Thank you for the question, Representative Blekus. I think this is always the debate that we have in any of these committees. Can we do more without making it a law? Absolutely. We are free citizens. We can always do more. We can choose where we spend our money. However, when there is a public burden, when it comes to the public to pay for the overall average cost of infrastructure for some of these things, by not increasing the code, we are actually costing everyone who's paying into additional transmission lines because we need more electricity to heat and cool our buildings. And unfortunately, we're not requiring commissioning, so that could be the natural outgrowth is a facility that does not perform at the level that it could because we haven't baseline required that it meet the commissioning requirements. So yes, of course, we can always have someone independently spend their money and do more, and often commercial clients do, but I would argue that there is a greater good and there's a greater cost on all of us if we don't make that the baseline.
All right, thank you.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So if we are just adopting the 2021 code to bring it up, where are we right now for the clean energy code in terms of what year cycle are we in?
Thank you for the question. Right now, we're using the 2018 codes across the board, which includes the 2018 Energy Code. But I would note that we have made an amendment to remove the commissioning requirement for commercial facilities in the 2018 Energy Code right now. So bringing that forward, which is what this amendment does, still does not target the root of the cost when it's spread across everyone who participates in the market. Thank you.
Representative Grota.
Thank you. So Representative McWilliams, what you're suggesting is that we address commercial facilities rather than, because the energy code right now applies to everything.
Great question. Thank you. The Energy Code has both residential and commercial piece to it, and you will hear plenty of people testify after me on the residential side. We have severely limited the base energy code in 2018 because of the concerns about residential energy performance. And I don't believe that that really is a debate that we're going to be having on this bill today. Certainly over the next 3 years, as we look at the 2024 codes, this will be a coming attractions issue. But right now, I would say the focus is on commercial. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of growth, we know housing, large complexes are necessary and the code can influence the new constructions and stuff. Similarly, on the commercial side, do you see a huge growth in our state with new facilities, new commercial buildings coming up?
So you're asking me to put on my hat and be Nostradamus and say, in the next 10 years, what do we expect?
No, if I can cut it down to say housing is a critical stuff, and you sit on that special commission too. And with that, huge buildings coming up, that is a necessity need in the state. With this, because it's a commercial scale for building codes, would that impact any housing, large housing complexes, or just commercial?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes, multi-unit housing would fall under commercial. That's correct. Just to clarify the record, I actually sit on the special committee for childcare, but I am presenting several bills to the special committee on housing. So I'm all over the state house. But big picture, I think what our concern is here is that our commercial facilities want to know they're coming to a state that's going to have consistency. And during our last hearing, we talked about how frequently New Hampshire updates their code and expecting, okay, in January of every 3 years, we're going to have an update. So coming up with that consistency is important, and also making sure they know the rules so that when they're playing the game and building a facility, they know these are the things we need to do to meet New Hampshire's code requirements. Totally sidelined, but also something that commercial facilities are really struggling with in New Hampshire, and this committee should know about this. The ability to interconnect, if you're waiting for your solar panels to get connected as a large facility, it can take up to 2 years to get approval from the utility. And that is just terrible, because as someone who's spending millions of dollars to build a facility and then millions of dollars to run it, and then of course hundreds of thousands of dollars for the electricity, having to wait on the connection and not being able to net meter during that time, I think is just terrible. So that's personal, but I think that there are some things that we can do as a legislature to remove impediments to commercial facilities succeeding in our state. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are these two bills going to subcommittee?
Is this Carol? Probably. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you again. We're talking only about the amendment at this point, correct?
No, we're talking about the bill.
The bill,
Yep.
okay. Again, for the record, my name is Philip Sherman. I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board, and I speak in favor of this bill. This bill proposes to update 7 of the 8 model codes included in the state building code. The National Electric Code is published on a different schedule, and we'll be back to you next year with that. 6 of the 7 codes published by the International Code Council are proposed to be updated to the 2021 edition, with the 7th, as previously said, the International Energy Conservation Code being left on the current 2018 edition. The board, through various committees, reviewed each code, assessed the relative cost impact of the significant changes, and voted on each code individually. There was little disagreement on the 6 codes, other than energy, to move forward. The Energy Code underwent extensive discussions, including the BCRB committee, members of interested parties, and I must say that those committee meetings were wide open. Non-committee members were sitting at the table and welcome to speak on everything, and did. We had the normal public hearing where a lot of it was brought up again, and then the full board where the vote was 9 in favor of retaining the 2018 code and 4 against. So it was a split vote, but not all that close. Presumably the people voting against preferred the 2021 code, but not necessarily. That was not a recorded thing. The bill also proposes ratifying the various amendments approved by the board. We have 79 amendments to the 6 model codes involved. The 6 go into the 2021. Most are carried forward from the current codes. However, 15 of these are new amendments. The new amendments involve accessibility, involving aligning the building code with existing requirements of the Disabilities Commission, dealing with recovery homes, which is a newer issue that's come up in the state, eliminating sprinkler requirements in existing 3 and 4 unit residential buildings. We work with members of the legislature and interested groups on that. Accessibility certifications, as I mentioned previously under the other bill, testing of plastic plumbing piping, say that 3 times fast, building sewer definition, and that was our grease trap exercise 2 years ago, we missed one amendment there. So it was to bring us into compliance or conformance with what the DES required. And again, aligning the residential code energy requirements with the other model codes. I'll speak, if I may, to the potential amendment to this bill, which would require the use of the 2021 Energy Code. First, what is most important, in my opinion, to remember is that many having much larger shoes than I have spent the last 20 years creating and updating the code adoption process in New Hampshire. I plead with both sides of the discussion to not collapse this process while we talk about which code we should adopt. Secondly, the BCRB has approved 10 contingent amendments, that's my term, to the 2021 Energy Code, which would only come into effect if the bill is successfully amended. Representative McWilliams alluded to that. Each of these amendments is simply carried over from the current 2018 code. No changes or a couple section numbers that moved around in the model code. If an amendment to go to the 2021 Energy Code passes, but there's disagreement on some of the amendments, commissioning was brought up, we'd ask that you hold things for a couple of months, giving us time to approve or retract the amendments where disagreement exists, and come back to you with a new date for ratification. This will prevent writing the specifics of amendments into state law. Therefore, at this time, we request the BCRB ratification date be changed to January 12, 2024, as mentioned by Representative McGuire, which is the latest date that amendments were approved by the BCRB. If necessary, this can be easily modified again downstream, as we've discussed. Lastly, this bill proposes to delete the last sentence in RSA 155A1 Roman numeral 4. This sentence is a prohibition on adopting other national or model codes, and the deletion is proposed as some of the necessary reference standards are referred to by their publisher as codes. It's just sloppy housekeeping on some people's part. The original intent of this prohibition, as I understand it, was generally to prevent the adoption of a statewide housing or property maintenance code, basically to prohibit us from adopting that type of a code. Given the current ratification process, which includes the advisory committee, remember, nothing at all that we do comes into effect until the general court ratifies the change. So there's absolutely no risk that we can do something without the approval of the general court. So we prefer to just take that sentence out of there because I don't think it's needed anymore. And there is an argument out at the margins that we could not adopt things like the fire alarm standard, which is titled a code, which is necessary for us to have as part of the building code. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Chair Sherman, so you heard my question with regard to whether this is going to a subcommittee, as it usually does, and you heard the chair's response that it probably will be going to a subcommittee. So the fine tuning at the edges that you're already starting in on is something that undoubtedly will be worked through in the subcommittee. Do you have colleagues who are not here today who would be helpful in helping us to get to the right result that could be there for the subcommittee, and as well as yourself? I know you'll be there.
Yes, Representative McGuire is aware that I'm going to be overseas during the month of March, but we certainly have other people. And I also wanted to apologize. I was asked to apologize on behalf of the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. The text went something along the line of it's bad when our full-time job gets in the way of our volunteer work. But unfortunately, the two people in that organization are both bogged down with day jobs today, and we're not able to be here. Just as an aside.
Yes, Representative Greta.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, during your testimony, you mentioned that there were some differences of opinion concerning the energy code within the Building Review Code Board. And I'm wondering, did you address solely the commercial aspect of the code, or did you look at it as a whole? Because what Representative McWilliams is recommending is that we only address it on a commercial basis.
Certainly, both parts were reviewed and both parts were discussed. A fair amount of the discussion involved residential. So we need to remember that the International Energy Conservation Code really is two completely separate codes in one book. One applies to commercial, one applies to residential. However, that residential application takes us up through three-story, call them apartment buildings, so three-story commercial buildings. At 4 stories, you're commercial. In addition, New Hampshire has extended those residential provisions to what I'll call smaller buildings of other groups. And I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it's the same 3-story, and there's a square footage limit where an office building, a grocery store, whatever, could be built to those residential standards. That's been in the code now for several editions.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You were going pretty quick. Did you say something to the effect that this could be, that if we go with the energy standards, it could be more costly to manufacture buildings?
There seems to be general agreement, and I'm always cautious trying to put words in other people's mouths, that the upfront costs of the new energy code are an increase. There's differences of opinion as to how much. There seems to be an understanding on the part of at least some people that that increase is offset over time. Of course, you only get an offset over time if you build a building. So this does tie into the whole affordable housing and those kinds of discussions.
Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In terms of the code that currently is in the books are being followed is 2018. We are trying to adopt the 2021 to catch up for the 3-year cycle. So my question is, between 2018 and 2021, we experienced a world pandemic. Did that have an impact on our building quality, air, energy, all those, in terms of that came right smack dab in the middle of 2021? The code that we adopt, would that get to us to that higher level that we needed?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to get the dates wrong, so perhaps the fire marshal could help keep me honest here. The 2018 code was not adopted until a year and a half or so ago, 2 years ago. So that the 2018 is the date of the model code, but New Hampshire adopted it here a couple of years ago. The 2021 code was heavily written prior to and through COVID. But it was published in 2020. So it was fundamentally solidified before the virus started, the COVID episode. That's the general sequence. I probably got some of the dates wrong in there.
Any other questions? I just have one. If we don't adopt the 2021 codes this year, when are they up for review again? When would they be reconsidered?
Certainly, the board would be permitted to look at it again each year. We're sort of trying to stay in sync with the legislative cycle for ratification. I don't know as there would be a lot of incentive to do anything until the next 3-year cycle comes up. But again, that's not statutory, and the board would make up its own mind, presumably.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Catherine Corkery, the Sierra Club. Speaking in opposition.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my testimony. I have Thank you. Good morning. My name is Catherine Corkery. I'm from New Hampshire Sierra Club. It's great to be back in this committee. And we represent 17,000 people in the state, members and supporters. And our motto is to enjoy, explore, and protect. And we officially do not oppose updating codes. With this bill, we just want to update all the codes and to include the energy efficiency. I have included a handout about the cost savings associated with the energy code updates compared with the baseline, which is the 2015 codes. And that has the long and the short of it is that there are energy savings for the occupants of over $500 annually. And that's a pretty conservative amount. So in my testimony, I really want to emphasize the occupants here, that the operating costs of a home is greatly improved with these energy cost-saving building codes. And knowing that that the governor has approved in 2022, approved $100 million to the Invest New Hampshire Housing Fund, we are at a point where everyone is really making an effort to address the housing issue. And I appreciate that. What I am nervous about is building houses that people can't live in. And we haven't fixed the problem. The energy efficiency piece, when building a house, may have upfront costs, but if you don't do it, you'll have monthly operating costs on top of your mortgage. That will be a serious burden for low income, fixed income, and the skilled labor that we're trying to help get homes. So it really is a mistake to not address the operating costs of these homes. So that was number 2. And then where we could allow our last piece is the energy codes, if they're not, right, if the energy codes are not updated, then folks will have a house that they will need to then retrofit. And my dad was a carpenter, and he knew how to measure twice and cut once. That here you're building homes that could be outdated and too expensive to live in, and then too expensive to retrofit. We deserve a high quality of housing in our state. And we deserve these updated energy codes. So thank you. And that is my testimony.
Great. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Manchapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. From your testimony, help me understand if I'm understanding it correctly, that adopting the new energy code would enhance the quality and clean energy requirement for the commercial, which is multifamily homes, will also provide the occupants of a much better environment in terms of energy as well as clean air. Is it correct?
I am more focused on the residential side, honestly, and and so the commercial question I would leave to Representative McWilliams. But certainly, with the energy efficiency measures in the building codes, it does, seal your house more completely, and provide the house to breathe, not to like totally cut it off as an envelope, but to allow for filters to be built into your home. And also thinking about heating and cooling, there is a really important piece with that as well. So having that built in rather than retrofitted later is definitely way more affordable doing it from when you build the home.
A follow-up? Yeah. Commercial meaning multifamily homes that we're talking about, more than 10-story with 150. Having clarified that, and you're also addressing the need that happened between 2018 and 2021 in terms of pandemic era requirements that kind of brought to our attention, correct, for the buildings and because most people lived in their homes.
Right.
So that would impact if we don't adopt it. Is that your concern?
I think the advances in heating and cooling are so significant. Waiting 3 more years, remember we're already 3 years behind, waiting another 3 years would put New Hampshire well in the rear view mirror than I think we should allow.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you were indicated in your introduction that you oppose the bill. So
you.
sounds like you've got some issues with the bill, but you're not really in opposition. Or do you think the bill is inadequate because it's in what way?
Well,
And-
actually, the amendment addresses the issue that I have. The amendment actually updates the energy efficiency code. So I didn't know that we were going to see an amendment. We support the amendment. Thank you for asking about that. I appreciate it.
Follow up.
So the thing is, you've heard this is going to a subcommittee.
Yeah.
So I caution my colleagues not to get into too many details. It needs to be worked out in the subcommittee, not here. So, so you would be available for the subcommittee.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Representative. And thank you for clarifying. We do support the amendment.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me know if I get too off topic here or if you think it's inappropriate. So I guess in my mind, I never would have associated the Sierra Club with homelessness and housing requirements. That's what I'm remembering for what I think the Sierra Club is. Is there more concerns than you're stating here? Is there another concern that you're not stating here that the Sierra Club might have historical interest in? If that even makes any sense.
Maybe. We support energy efficiency. And that is actually our core value that we're trying trying to have access, create access for everyone to have energy efficiency measures.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your question. Is it correct? Is my understanding correct that energy efficiency and the Sierra Club's interest in it, which may be similar to Abenaki people with 13,000 years of stewardship of the planet, is your interest regarding impact on the environment of energy and efficiency?
Absolutely. This is a clean air, clean water issue that we should do more with less. That energy efficiency, I think, should be a pretty basic value for everyone. I know we talk about streamlining in the statute. This is the same kind of thing. If we could run our houses with less pollution and less energy and less costs, I mean, I think that's win-win-win.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Sean Toomey, Fire Marshal, speaking in support of the bill.
Good morning. My name is Sean Toomey. I'm the State Fire Marshal. Thank you for having me up here this morning. You should have received a written letter from me in the portal. It references the advancement of the 21 codes with the exception of the 18 codes. The Department of Safety supports the work of the Building Code Review Board and their work to advance the codes in New Hampshire. Hearing the conversation this morning and the amendment, we're also open to further conversations to look at the 21 energy code provisions with appropriate amendments. So we're not locked into it. We just want to make sure the appropriate amendments kind of preserve the process. So there was some earlier conversations about the process in general in the state. Over the last few years, we've through the work through the Building Code Review Board, the Board of Fire Control, and the General Court, and many of the stakeholders, I think we really informally formalized a plan to stay one code cycle behind. It gives us time, as we've heard, to really let other communities look at the codes and be the guinea pigs. It gives our boards time to really properly vet the codes. It gives our boards time to get stakeholder input. It gives our boards time to get the information to the newly created Advisory Committee on Building and Fire Codes, which is a legislative advisory committee. And, I think the important part is it gives us the opportunity to really review things and make sure it's right for New Hampshire. I think it's important to preserve that process. If we have to change the language in the previous one just a little bit, the 2-year, 3-year thing, I think that might be reasonable, but it needs some cleanup. It sounds like we're heading to subcommittee. Happy to be part of those conversations. But I think moving the codes forward, building and fire, is important for our state. It addresses a lot of the newer technologies that are coming out, and it provides for a safer built environment. I also recognize that there's a need to address amendments that are necessary, that we feel are necessary in New Hampshire based on our stakeholder input. And we have the boards that I think have done a very good job to vet those and bring them forward to you so we have a good package. So just offer those thoughts. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Gold?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
That was easy. Thank you
Yeah,
for your time.
Thank you.
Matt Mayberry, speaking in opposition to the bill.
Good morning once again. Matt Mayberry from Dover, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. And I'd like to take a quick second to tell you who we are. We're the largest residential trade association north of Boston. We have almost 500 members and we grow more every day. We add about 8 a month. We represent 36,000 Granite Staters who work in the residential building trades on a day-to-day basis. I can't be any more opposed to the amendment to update the 2021 energy codes, but I'll give you data as to exactly why. The National Association of Home Builders has done research across this, and it's going to cost a new homeowner average $31,000. What they're going to do is they're going to roll that into their mortgage. So at a 30-year fixed, I went with 7%. I personally pay 7.65% for my home, but 7%, that increases their monthly mortgage payment $206. At the end of that mortgage period, it's going to cost to upgrade the homes for the 2021 energy codes as proposed, $74,160. That's a green energy tax placed right on the heads and the wallets of Granite Staters when housing is the second largest issue in the state of New Hampshire behind substance abuse disorder. On the payback, I have the data and I'm happy to sit with anyone. The thermal envelope change, the payback on that in climate zone 5 and climate zone 6 is 118 years and 105 years. Let's flip out to the insulation payback. In zones 5 and 6, the payback to upgrade from the 2018 to the 2021 energy code, representatives, that's 118 years and 105 years. Let's talk about the water heater. That's the quickest payback at 24 years and 27 years, depending on which climate zone you're in. So you're paying $75,000 for the energy efficiency that you'll never get your money back, unless you're immortal, of course, or you bought your house when you were 10. I have this again and again and again of exact numbers and the exact paybacks. Please do not accept that amendment. You're burdening. I'm not worried about Coke. I'm not worried about Pepsi. I'm not worried about Sig Sauer. I'm worried about your constituents. I'm worried about my builders. We have a hard time finding labor, and we're driving them out of the state. So you want to toss on $31,000 on top of their head that they'll never see their money back on. It's going to cost them $75,000 at the end of this. When we talk about the state energy codes, in doing my research for this, again, I had mentioned that 31 states operate under pre-2018 energy codes. That includes California, which operates under the 2012 energy codes, the state of Oregon. Vermont operates under the 2015 energy codes, and the state of Texas operates under the 2015 energy codes also. Texas is not having a problem recruiting businesses to come to their state. So it's not keeping anyone from coming to New Hampshire, but it's costing the labor force to staff those businesses. They can't get them. That's the challenge. $31,000 for that amendment. Is it worth $75,000? I'm opposed to the bill. I disagree with my colleagues and friends on the BCRB because I hear from the builders who actually construct the homes. They don't design it. They don't engineer it. They abstract. They're in the field talking to the consumers and building the homes. Representative, you had mentioned about air exchanges and the air quality. What we'd like to ask the committee to please consider is a few years back, we allowed 5 air exchangers per hour. The state wanted to tighten things up, try to make houses more airtight. We all know houses need to breathe a little bit. You gotta let some air exchange in there. And we went to 3 air exchanges. We're seeing increases of mold, mildew, respiratory illnesses. The CDC has even stated that we're making our homes too tight. We're not allowing any exchange of air. So we're asking you to please go back to where we were before for 5 air exchanges. Please. We experimented with 3. We're paying the price. Let's go back. It also costs more money because roughly 8% of homes, their first time out, can hit 3 air exchanges. So what has to happen is you have to go, you get the test, you fail, you have to make more modifications to the home, then you have to bring out the inspectors and the testers again to try to get to that magic number 3. 24% of homes can hit the 5 air exchanges the first time out. And those are still extremely tight homes. One thing that, just an example of how, what you have to do is you can't put carpet down on the floor before you do an air exchange. Because what happens is, especially in a forced hot air system, as you know, those vents sit on top of the pile of the carpet. Well, air can get through there because you create a vacuum seal trying to find out where it is. So you have to take the carpet out, seal everything up to try to get to that magic number 3. So please help us make homes more efficient, more affordable, get them on the market faster. Let us go back to the 5 air exchanges, please. The other concern that we have that we'd like the committee to consider, please, are the issue of self-latching doors. Right now, under the 2018 building code, doors close, that's fine. In practicality, and we've all seen them, when you have to have the self-latching door, so you hear it go click behind you, there's a certain amount of pressure and there's a mechanism to make sure that that door can close fully. If you're older, I also have a real estate license and I've been a broker for 35 years. I have a woman who bought a home in Epping. The builders put in the self-latching doors because they saw what was coming down the road. First question she asked is, how do I disconnect it? Because I'm by myself, and so what I have to do now, she has to open the door going from the garage into the residence. She has to open it up, stick her cane in the door to prop it open, and get grocery bags and take it inside. She is fearful that the pressure of that door closing could knock her over if she doesn't place something wrong or doesn't wedge it open correctly. She goes, then I lay on the garage floor until a friend comes by and checks on me. That could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 days. When I brought this issue up to the BCRB and I asked the question, Chief Toomey was not there. I want to be extremely clear. Because I asked the question, how many fires start in the garage? Because your self-latching door, you're trying to keep fire from getting to the main residence. How many fires start in the garage in New Hampshire? No one can answer that question. If I was a firefighter, I'd be much more concerned about candles inside the house burning and people smoking in bed than about whether a door has self-latched or not. So we're in disagreement with the BCRB on the self-latching door. They already close now. The other one we'd like the committee to please consider is moving Merrimack County from Zone 6 to Climate Zone 5. On the testimony that I handed out to you, you'll see a map. And Merrimack County is right on that line. Right now, it's the same. It's in Climate Zone 6, which is the same as Olive Course County, the state of Montana, Buffalo, New York, Bangor, Maine. If it moved to Climate Zone 5, that would help save homeowners money while still getting great insulation. Climate Zone 6, for instance, in the ceiling insulation, you have to have an R value of 60. If you're in Climate Zone 5, just a mile down the road, it now comes out to be an R factor of 49. So it saves the consumers money. Home builders are not in the business of taking people's money. We want to, the housing that you folks are asking us for, we're trying to get there, but we're trying to keep the costs down. This helps. I mean, I won't ramble on anymore, but those are the three considerations we'd ask the committee to please consider, because that's where the home builders, our 36,000 people, have expressed disagreement with the BCRB on. Please. And on that energy code amendment, please, in a time when people can't afford the rent, because what's going to happen is those mandates, and it would be a mandate, will be passed directly on to those who are renting, who are trying to buy their own home. And most people can't write a check for $31,000. So the comment was made about, large housing. It's going to get, the high rents are going to go up even higher. So please don't do that this year. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Lakis?
Thank you. A question and a request for information. So you stated you're against the bill, but the question is, are you against the bill or are you against the amendment which adds the energy code?
I am against the amendment because that was a good morning. So I wanted to add that in there. But as the bill is written, we are against it because those air exchangers are important for homes. The self-latching doors, we feel are important. And moving the climate zone for Merrimack County from 5 to 6. So that's why we oppose the bill as written.
So follow up?
Follow up.
So those particular items, they're not in the energy part, but they're in other parts of the building code, is that
Building
correct?
code, yes, please.
Okay,
That's why I was
thank you.
against the bill
And-
as proposed.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, and you had, you mentioned some numbers on cost and payback for the energy part. I'm not seeing it in the written stuff we have. Could you please send it?
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll translate all my little yellow sticky notes into, and I'll have
Thank
that
you.
for the committee right away.
Thank you. Representative Groda?
Thank you. So I have a request. So while you're giving that information to Representative Lekis, could you also include the information for commercial buildings, because you mentioned residential only and the amendment only addresses commercial. So your data doesn't really apply, in my view, to the amendment. So if you could include that, that would be beneficial.
Of course, what I would have to do is, because we specialize as on the residential side, I would ask Joshua Reap at the Association of Builders and Contractors who deal with the commercial side. I would ask them to, get that, and I can certainly convey that request along. And I think and on here, ma'am, if I may, I didn't see on the amendment where it says just commercial. It just says with the 2018 Energy Code in its entirety to the 2021 Energy Code in its entirety.
Okay, well, the sponsor of the amendment said otherwise, so I'll have to discuss that with her.
Of course.
Representative Dolan?
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayberry, could you comment on your organization's feelings about this general move towards electrification that we're seeing, which I think is underlying a lot of the comments today? What happens? We're talking about in a perfect theoretical world here. What happens in the real world where the community says we can't turn all our air conditioners on this summer, and so you have to be hot, or we can't plug our new electric vehicles in because the power grid just can't support what we're trying to get it to do. What do we do in those situations, and what are your recommendations to how to deal with the issue of power grid not supporting what the building code might be looking to do?
Absolutely, Representative, and thank you. We're seeing it now where you can't charge your cars at certain hours of the day, especially out west. The energy has to get created from somewhere, somehow. If we're talking about solar panels, we're talking about the disposal of lithium batteries. How are we going to contend with that? When the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and myself personally are an all of the above approach. Because if you have a transformer that goes down, you have a world of hurt. If everything is hinged upon electric. You're starting to hear a little bit about it along the sides, and at a later date, we can talk more about it. But when electric vehicles are in accidents, they burn so hot that it's extremely hard to put out that fire. If you're putting an electric vehicle inside a garage, or you've seen there's legislation before you folks on electric vehicles and banning them from parking garages. Why? Because when they catch on fire, they burn so hot, it's incredibly hard to put out those fires. Chief Toomey can talk more about what it takes to put out a fire in an electric vehicle. But I think when you put all your eggs in a proverbial energy basket, you're asking for trouble.
Thank you.
We have natural gas and propane and wind and solar, and let the consumers decide. We're hurting them towards this electrification. I trust our constituents. Let them decide how they want to heat their home and power their home. But again, please don't start off with them $31,000 in debt.
Thank you,
Representative Gold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering regarding the zone change.
Yes.
Is that predicated at all on the trend we're seeing in a warmer climate for Merrimack County?
The recommendation came from the U.S. Department of Energy. And I think we all see how little snow we've been getting. So I don't know.
I
It's
just
all-
wondered what the base, oh, sorry, follow up? I wondered what the basis might have been for your recommendation, other than just,
It came from the Department of Energy, and so the U.S. Department of Energy. So, Representative, I didn't find out as to why, but driving through Merrimack County, as you see the raging snowstorm going on outside right now, the sun's about to break out.
thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'll get that information to the committee right away.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Abbott, speaking in support of the bill from Associated General Contractors.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being before the committee today. My name is Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I'm going to break my testimony into two parts, but I'm going to start off with this. I was around in support of the statewide building code when it first got adopted in the 90s, in the early 90s. And it was in the statewide building code, it was two codes. It was the commercial code, and I represent commercial contractors, and it was the fire code. There were no other codes as you have here today. It started with those two codes. Over time, the residential code, all these other codes ended up being put into the statute that became part of the statewide building code. We've had a lot of success. In that development, we put together a building code advisory board that would look at amendments and changes. And I can tell you, even when we did the first code, there were amendments. National codes are not perfect for New Hampshire, so we need to do amendments. One of the first amendments was snow loads. Most of these codes, and I want to make sure you're really clear, most of these codes are set up for safety and structural, that's what most of the commercial codes are. So we support the original bill because it updates those codes with the appropriate amendments that the Building Code Advisory Board recommends. And I look at those, the Building Code Advisory Board is made up of experts, including a representative of our association before that board that represents commercial construction. And he looks at those codes and makes recommendations. Those are the best people beyond, say, an association director. You want those experts. So I look at, we're at a crossroads because we're up to date. 2018 is pretty good because I can tell you before we had a statewide building code, we had some codes that were 15 years behind. So we're really good today. I just want to make sure you're clear when people are talking about, oh, we're 3 years behind. I'm like, this is way better than we used to be in the 80s and 90s before we had a statewide building code. So then I want to look at the energy code, totally different animal that was added to the code, because it's not about the structural. It's not about many of those safety issues or dealing with how well your building's built for a hurricane, that kind of thing. And if you know there are amendments, I can tell you on the energy commercial code, we've asked for amendments to the 2018 code that were accepted that would cost commercial contractors substantial, and made the case before the Building Code Review Board. And we got that amendment. So when you look at updating the code, I feel like the Building Code Review Board looked at updating to the 2021. And they, yes, we're not unanimous, but they voted not to update it. Why? Well, the reason why is the cost. My commercial contractor who sits on there said, I asked him, why don't we go to the new one with amendments? He was like, we'd have to make so many amendments because of the cost. Now, my contractor representative also bills affordable housing under the commercial. And he said the price tag that would be added to it would make it no longer affordable housing. He would have trouble. So I'm trusting a person who's an expert who's got to buy these products that are in the energy code and what it will cost. He's not even sure some of the projects would go if the standard were raised. So I'm really looking at the energy code as a total different animal than the other codes, and hope that the committee would support all the other codes. I haven't really heard any major disagreement with the updating all the other codes from 18 to 21. I say the energy is at a crossroads because we have some insight of what's coming in the future. And it's going to be the debate over, like, stoves have to be electric. And the legislature's already addressed the issue last year, saying you can't mandate it. And that's why we have amendments. But we know the energy code is starting to get into an area where the cost and affordability is looked at. So that's why I say you're at this critical point. I don't think the Building Code Review Board in a month or 2 months can give you the total amendment that would need to be necessary for the energy code. I think they would need more time if you wanted them to look at it. Now, whether you drafted language that said you as the legislature would like to know more information about the energy code and why we couldn't, or what amendments would have to happen, I'm fine with that, because I think you might want that on the table. I think today, for anyone to pick a given part, because there's a lot of components to the energy. I don't know the whole energy code. I don't know all of the components. I only know them when contractors call me and say, this section is a disaster. So that's when we go before the Building Code Review Board. So when I talk to my representative on the review board, he's like, we decided to stay with the 2018 because that's a good code. It's a good energy code. Leave it in the project owner's hands to decide what energy efficient level they want to go. If they can justify it, cost incentive wise, they're going to do it. If it costs too much or doesn't fit their plan, we don't want to stop their project. I represent contractors that want to build these projects. So they don't want to be a hindrance, but they want the owner to have the opportunity, whether it's the state of New Hampshire as the owner or whether it's a private company. So we're looking at the energy code. We support the Building Code Review Board. Building Code Review Board recommended the original bill. I think if you want to go further with the energy code, I feel like it's kind of being slipped in without all that other consideration. And that to me could be problematic over the next few years if you don't look at all the amendments that should be done. But that's my testimony that we support the original bill. We don't think the energy code should just be slid in. It's not the same, and it's a much different animal when you're talking about energy efficiency.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Grota.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, are there any parts of the energy code that you think that your commercial builders might find beneficial for the industry?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think we unilaterally oppose everything in the code. But when you don't want to update the code and have so many amendments, it makes it useless that more than 50% you're removing. There's a conflict there when you start to do that. You're ended up writing so many amendments, it doesn't make sense. But I won't say that every part of the code isn't a good thing. I will add this, and I kind of skipped it. When that code for 2021 was done was before the inflation rate mortgage increase. So whatever they use to cost justify, this is what happens in the energy code. They recommend a better unit for heating than what is allowed in the 18. They say something higher. Well, they do a payback. And I've always argued, I sometimes think their payback is too long. They might pick 10 years. If you put the new interest rate to it, that 10 years may be 15 or 20. And I start to question whether that is a good payback period for that equipment. So that's part of the problem. The other thing that happened is with COVID is some products are less in supply today than they were before when that code was made. Not everything is produced at the same level. Contractors have fought about getting certain types of equipment to comply with energy efficiency and other things. So understand there's a lot more dynamics to this energy code.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and my memory is, I can't quite remember what year that was, but we did look at the energy codes, and we did, I remember, make amendments that included that. Do you recall what those were?
Well, we made amendments, and it would be in the Building Code Review Board's items. I mean, I was involved in one amendment for a commercial, but there were other amendments. So the 2018 does have amendments to it. What I'm saying is to put in the 2021, somebody's got to do a complete review of the 2021 of what amendments would have to go in. Now, the Building Code Review Board started that process and they ended up voting, let's not update the code because it has such an impact. That's what I want to leave you with, that it's nice to talk about we're going to help the environment. I get that whole thing. We all want to do that. But there's a cost associated with those improvements. And what is a reasonable payback? You have to look at the whole thing.
Thank you.
Representative Bailey?
Hi, I'm seeking a clarification, I guess. The bill and the amendment would seem to be exactly the same, including the energy code, and the only thing that's different is the amendments applied in general. It doesn't really say to what, between September 8th, 2023 and January 2024. Are those amendments to that 2018 energy code?
I think that would be best left to the chairman of the Building Code Review Board. You know, but what I'm saying is whatever amendments we had with the 2018, if you put in 2021, there are changes. There are more possible amendments we need to do.
Thank you.
Representative Manjapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably should hold off for the subcommittee, but I'll ask.
I was going to make a comment on that afterwards, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just in terms of when you say clean energy, I mean, the energy code is more cosmetic or at more costly, but structurally it affects because if we have the load on the roof, if you cannot put rooftop solar and the load bearing and the snow amount, all those things have a huge impact on how we do the conservation and energy efficiency. And you can't rule that out as a safety issue.
I think I just want to clarify, snow loads is not part of the energy code. So we're in support of the current code or whatever amendments to that energy, to that snow load is. So I don't think it's related to the energy code.
Before we move on, just a couple of points of clarification. First off, I would like to say we have 4 pink cards left on this particular bill. We're already running over. I want to make sure that the people who want to testify have ample time to do that this morning. This is going to subcommittee, so if the members of the committee could really gauge carefully whether or not those questions need to be asked here or if they can wait until the subcommittee, that would be beneficial. Also, when it comes to the amendment, and Chair McGuire can probably clarify if I'm wrong, her amendment changes the effective date of the amendments to January 12th, but she wanted to have discussion, correct, on the energy component of it. It's not part of the amendment itself.
I asked for 2 amendments and only got 1, and this is the wrong one. It does not update the energy code, but
Yeah.
we will, in fact, discuss it in subcommittee. We don't need another amendment.
Great. So having said that, I think there was one more question. Representative Gold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure who's best to answer this, and I think the answer can come to the subcommittee, but for everybody, and you included. My question has to do with when we're looking at the cost impact on these things, is the cost of the changes, is the cost of the harm to the environment created by not adopting some of these changes figured in? And if not, is there a recognition that perhaps that's something this committee needs to look at over and above what the building profession does?
You may want to do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I apologize. I'm not sure I'm going to get the last name right. Chris Skoghert from Clean Energy New Hampshire.
You actually nailed it.
Awesome.
I apologize for my handwriting. I was more worried about that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Acting Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. It's good to see many of you again. This is my 9th year commenting on the building tax, not tax code. It's tax time. The building code, and specifically the building energy code. So my name is Chris Skogland. I'm with Clean Energy New Hampshire. A little bit about us. We're often confused as a trade group related to solar. In fact, we have more than 40 members at this point that are municipalities, representing about 430,000 residents of the state, which is approximately 30% of the state's population. That's in addition to the solar providers that everyone assumes we represent, as well as numerous manufacturers, businesses, and individual members. We also include among our membership the 3 regulated utilities, Eversource, Liberty, and Unitil. And so we work across a large number of areas. I personally work managing a group related to energy and grid issues, some of which have come up today, as well as a group called Drive Electric New Hampshire, focused on electric vehicles. And then I'm very heavily involved in the state's energy efficiency programs, principally New Hampshire Saves, but then looking into how do we integrate heat pumps with the grid and with batteries and electric vehicles. So we oppose the bill as written and support the bill as amended with the amendment today. I will save comments for the subcommittee if we're hopefully able to attend that, because I know we're running late and there are other people that want to speak. But I would generally note that we would encourage you to deeply litigate the testimony that the home builders provided. The analysis that they did was in fact an analysis of what the costs might be, but they were not specific to New Hampshire. The Pacific Northwest National Labs, which is associated with the U.S. Department of Energy, did a similar study, but they actually evaluated a much more accurate depiction of what New Hampshire's energy is like, where they included electric heating, as well as oil, natural gas, and I think propane. And they distributed that across the buildings to represent how buildings are actually built in this state. The New Hampshire Home Builders was a national survey where the closest I think we could get to New Hampshire was Chicago and then Montana for the homes they built. And they only looked at electric resistance heat and natural gas. We do not have a significant amount of natural gas in the state. So the comparisons that they did versus the DOE lab study should be investigated. Also, the $30,000 number that was shared, I would be interested to see all of the details related to that, because the best I can see is that there's $8,000 that might be attributable to the code, but then there's an additional optional package that could be added in, adding between $8,000 and $12,000. Again, I think there's more information that we would love to see. Our general concern is that we are repeating a pattern that I saw first in 2015. In 2015, the Building Code Review Board adopted or recommended for ratification by this body the 2015 IECC, so the energy code with all the other codes. It was derailed by concerns, largely from the building community, in this committee. We did not move to a new code of any type until 2019. The amendments that were made that we keep calling carry forward amendments were a part of the negotiation to kind of meet in the middle so we could move up to a more modern code. But we had missed significant number of years between, we moved from a 2009 code to a 2015 code. Big jumps in efficiency, but we had thousands upon thousands of buildings that were built. The problem is we have what's called the split incentive, where the costs may be felt principally by the builders and they have to pass them on to occupants, whether they are renters or homeowners like myself. And those costs are something where the beneficiary is not felt by the first party to bear the costs. There is this argument that, well, any homeowner or any commercial building occupant can ask for a higher code to be built to, but I'm not sure how many people are contracting to have their homes built. From everyone that I've seen move into the state in the past, if they're moving into new buildings, it's all stuff that they found on the side of the road when they were driving around with a real estate agent. They weren't moving in and having a design built for themselves. So they don't have that choice. I also question the expertise that we are expecting of homeowners or any building occupants. We don't expect them to make choices about their plumbing, their electrical, their fire code, all of these critical life safety things. But when it comes to choosing the right heating, insulation, and in addition to countertops and interior design, we leave that to them. But the problem is we expect that the new building code is about 15% more efficient. And so we are leaving a significant amount of energy savings on the table, and it does connect to the grid. It connects to resilience. I wouldn't look to Texas for any energy code because, as we saw from the Storm Uri a few years ago, a lot of people froze and died because they did not have homes that were prepared for extreme conditions. We also have conditions that are more prepared. I'm sorry, I'm starting a rant, and I said I was going to be short. I will cut it. Stop it there. Look forward to speaking with you all at the subcommittee.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Have an indoor cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Do
Thank you
not
for your-
light the barbecue indoors. All right.
Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you at the subcommittee. Deanna Dennis, Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, in opposition to the bill.
Good. Will do. Good morning, Chair Simon, members of the committee. I'm Dina Dennis. I'm Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs with the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, or CPCNH for short. The Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire opposes this bill, House Bill 1059. We do support the amendment that was introduced and proposed by Representative McWilliams. Just a little bit about CPCNH. We are a governmental instrumentality created to serve our member municipal jurisdictions and their energy consumers pursuant to a joint powers agreement under RSAs 53A and 53E. We're currently comprised of 55 member municipalities, including 6 cities, 47 towns, and 2 counties from across the state. Right now, we represent about 30% of the state's population. Last spring, we launched our first 14 community power aggregations, serving 80,000 customers. In the first 7 months of operation, we saved
our customers $8 million while creating $5 million in joint financial reserves. Last month, we announced a rate decrease to 8.1 cents per kilowatt hour, lower than any of the utility default service rates. Between March and June of this year, we will be launching 24 more community power aggregations, which will put CPCNH in the position of being the second largest power supplier in the state. I share this to provide context for how community power is transforming retail electricity in the Granite State, and I hope to connect why updated building energy codes are really essential in maximizing value for energy consumers. CPCNH supports increasing innovation through local control, equity, and community development. Unfortunately, not adopting the most recent edition of the Building Energy Code, as this bill proposes, would pass these costs on to consumers in the form of higher energy bills over the time that they own or rent that home or building. Often these costs are borne by fixed, low, and moderate income households, creating an unfair energy burden. As CPCNH looks to grow and evolve and offer additional value-added programs and services beyond simple commodity of electricity to our consumers, having current building energy codes will be important to maximizing that investment. In the future, with increased efficient or beneficial electrification, including through electric heat pumps and electric heat pump water heaters, current building codes will promote greater efficiency, comfort, and productivity for building occupants. I believe, as Chris pointed out, it's far more expensive to retrofit a home or building after the fact than during its design and construction phase. We also view this bill as part of a broader context. Right now, your colleagues in the Senate are considering a bill, Senate Bill 437, that would make it much harder for municipalities to adopt more stringent building codes. The impacts of that bill would make it virtually impossible for a community to adopt the newest building energy code, which in combination with this bill could constrain communities to the 2018 edition of the energy code as the floor indefinitely. Also wanted to mention to you that New Hampshire has access to as much as $4 million in formula funds through the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. These funds would support implementation of the most current building energy codes. For local governments, the opportunity to apply for these funds would be foreclosed if the state does not adopt the 2021 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code as proposed in this bill. And those communities would be prevented from moving there on their own if that other bill was passed. So thank you for your time and attention. Look forward to any questions and also working with the subcommittee.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Gould.
Just quickly, was that the 2021 code or the 2024 code that would open up that funding stream?
My understanding is it would need to be at least the 2021 edition.
Representative Mangiapati.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does the 2018 code for clean energy building, it's a part of the building, part of commercial development, does that include any regulations for passive buildings, which reduces the energy conservation to, energy use to 40% less? Are you aware of that? Passive buildings, green buildings that built from scratch up would reduce.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, that is a little bit beyond my expertise, so I would defer that to one of my colleagues. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Ted Evans, speaking in support of the bill. Morning. Could you turn your mic on for us? Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll try to be very brief, but I'm trying to come at this from a different angle. First of all, I do support the amended version of the bill. And a little background, I'm from code enforcement. My job for 30 plus years was as a building code and plumbing code official. So from our point of view, anytime you have a difference, such as all the 21 codes except the energy code is an 18 code, it makes things more difficult as practitioners. And trust me, there's a need for competent practitioners out there in the fields. It's one of those fields that nobody wants to apply for jobs as code officials. And so there is no training, no official formal training for a code official. So all this kind of stuff makes it more difficult. It makes it easier for mistakes to be made. The way the international codes are written, they refer to each other. The plumbing code says you have to do something in accordance with the building code. The building code says you have to do something in accordance with the energy code. And they're very intertwined. And so then it becomes a matter of when something says they have to comply with the energy code, which one? And which one is the building code intending? Probably the one that's equal in addition. But now we're looking at a reverse code adoption with amendments. It just, I'm telling you, we want to make things easier to be in compliance so that people like the Home Builders Association don't complain about inspections because the inspector doesn't know what he's talking about because we want the code to be this and we want it to be that. It just makes the whole enforcement operation much more complicated, much more difficult. So try to take that into consideration. As a member of the Building Code Review Board, right now I'm an alternate, but I did serve 6 years when it first started. I was termed out at that point for 2 3-year terms. I went back on representing the Mechanical Licensing Board, and I was there for 3 3-year terms. So I've spent 15 years on that board, and I want to say that the process for developing amendments is valid. It's very difficult. We spend a lot of time on it. And I also want to just say that the chair, Mr. Sherman, is doing a fantastic job, and I think you should allow him great latitude and trust in him and what he's telling you. And I don't think there are going to be any questions, but I'd be glad to work with the subcommittee on this.
Great. That's been my experience with him as well. So any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Paul Bemis, in opposition.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Paul Bemis, and I am representing ASHRAE, the ASHRAE organization today. ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers. That's an organization of 30,000 members, a global organization that leads the codes in terms of research. Codes are derived from the work that ASHRAE does in the research to determine the effectiveness of the codes. I am here today opposed to the bill as it currently stands, in support of the bill with the amendments that Representative McWilliams added. It is imperative that we move to energy efficiency, particularly the 2021 code. It is not that arduous. It is not that difficult. We're talking here about insulation predominantly, and we're talking about vapor barrier so that we can keep these buildings cool and heated properly. Over 40% of our energy consumption worldwide goes to heating and cooling buildings. It's bigger than transportation. It is the largest consumer of energy and the largest emitter of carbon emissions, relatively. A big portion of that, over a third of it in our region, is from heating alone. And for every kilowatt or BTU that we put up the chimney, we lose an equal amount out the sides of our buildings. Sealing them is important. It's extremely important, particularly as we move to electrification. By moving from fossil fuels to a heat pump type of source, you get an advantage of at least 4 to 1 over your existing fossil fuel-based system, at least, and often much higher. And it does both heating and cooling. However, to make them effective, the building envelope, its insulation, its vapor barrier, must be secure. It must be complete. The 2021 code moves in that direction. The 2018 code does not. I would caution you not to consider this just as a return on investment or to look at it just from a first cost point of view. It's easy for a builder to look at it from first cost point of view because they leave the site and go on to the next project. It is the homeowner or the building owner that gets burdened with the operating cost of these buildings for heating and cooling over the life of the building, which we hope to be at least 50 years. I personally own a software company that does mathematical modeling. I'm an expert in building science. I have an undergraduate in mechanical engineering, a graduate degree in electrical engineering, and a master's in business. I've been in the building sciences for over 30 years. Expert in mathematical modeling, particularly as it pertains to thermal for high-performance buildings. And I can tell you from the research done by the Builders Association, the study that was done appears to have been a pre-dawned conclusion or a predetermined conclusion. I can tell you from my expertise in mathematical modeling that you can make a mathematical model say anything you want by changing the assumptions. For example, I find it interesting they used 2019 energy prices and 2021 construction prices. They did not over time look at the cost of energy increase over time, over the amortization period they looked at, nor did they consider a change in technology from, say, fossil fuels to heat pumps, which would, I said, again, give you an efficiency improvement at least 4 to 8 times that of fossil fuels. But I want to bring up another issue here that hasn't been spoken about, and that is quality. That is the human environment, the quality of the environment in which we live in. Human comfort can be measured, and analytically we can measure it very accurately. We, as humans, like an environment that is roughly 40 to 60% relative humidity, for example. We like temperature where the gradient, the change in temperature across a given environment, like a room, tends to be very low, and low air velocity as well. These are quantifiable numbers that we can predict very accurately. The 2021 Building Code helps to achieve a good, healthy indoor environment, air quality environment. Air quality has become quite important, as you well know, due to the COVID pandemic. And compliance to these building specifications is extremely important for healthy living. We, as humans, live in these homes and we work in these buildings. Making them energy efficient saves operating cost over time and reduces carbon emission to our planet, which is becoming increasingly a problem. Furthermore, it reduces, by reducing the cost associated with operating the building, there is more available to the homeowner as discretionary spending, and banking institutions are beginning to notice this and offer lower cost loans now and lower interest rates associated with green building design. So I would encourage you not to just look at first cost and to study carefully any study that's been brought to you that looks at amortization over time with a careful eye. The 2021 codes are extremely important to us, not just for energy reasons, but also human comfort reasons, which is important to all occupants, whether they commercial or residential. Questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, Representative Mangiapati.
Sorry, I had my microphone on.
It
the
happens to
whole
all of
time.
us.
Yeah. Thank you. You bring out two important aspects of commercial buildings and clean energy, safe, comfort. So does 2021 code include the passive green buildings, which addresses the energy conservation as well as comfort and clean air in the building?
Thank you for your question. No. Passive House has a higher level. Passive House has a specification of, for example, 0.6 air changes. So Passive House is very tight and is above the 2021 code. But since you brought up Passive House, I will tell you that the heating and cooling load of a Passive House design is so low that you can reduce the capital cost associated with your heating and cooling equipment to the point where it is quite small. And putting a solar array in your home can make your home actually positive with respect to energy production to the point where it could, for example, power your automobile. The National Institutes of Science and Technology did an experiment in Bethesda in the Maryland area and built a home, not even to Passive House, but to 2021 standards, and put a 10 kilowatt array on the top, on the roof, a porch roof. It's a beautiful home. If I could show it to you, I would. It's beautiful. I can send you the report. First year of operation, they exceeded the energy consumption of the home by 7%, enough to power the automobile that was parked in the garage. This is not science fiction. This has been proven to be able to be done. What is important is that we make the investment during the build sequence. If we don't do it up front, the cost to do it later is at least a factor of 10. Very hard to go in and re-insulate a slab after it's been poured, or re-insulate concrete walls after they've been poured. If you don't do it up front, you pay throughout the life of the building an increased energy costs. And if you ever wanted to retrofit the building, it would be at least a factor of 10 more to do so. So I encourage you to think about these as we go forward. I again support the recommendation, the amendment that Representative McWilliams has put forward, and oppose the bill in its current form.
Representative Schmidt?
Are you going to be available for the subcommittee, Mr.
I would certainly make myself available at any committee you would like me to be at, yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Did anybody else wish to speak on HB 1059? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 1059 and welcome the chair back to the table.
I do wish to apologize to the committee for bringing the wrong amendment and to thank Representative Bailey for his skills in noticing that, because I didn't. Okay. Well, I wanted to thank Representative Bailey for actually reading the amendment. All right, I'll open the hearing for CACR 11 and call Representative Lundgren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative David Lundgren from Londonderry, Rockingham 16. I totally support this bill. It's a very easy bill. What it does is essentially allow someone to run for sheriff as long as they haven't reached the age of 70. If they reach the age of 70 during their term, unfortunately, they're supposed to resign. So I think if we extend it so that they can finish their term out, it will be beneficial to all of us. And that's pretty much it. I want to make sure you guys break for lunch, so.
Thank you, we appreciate your consideration.
Any questions at all?
Are there any questions from the committee?
Yeah.
Representative Blackus.
My only question is there anything that limits how long the term of a sheriff can be? So if they turn 70 shortly after the beginning of their term, what's the oldest they could be and still serve if
Well,
this passed?
if they're 70 in their first year of election of sheriff, then they have 3 more years and they're done.
Follow up?
Or in some cases, 2 years, depending on the
That's what
county.
I'm sorry, thank you.
So, is there something that limits the maximum the length of their term can be, and where is that?
The age is
Not
The
in
limit.
statute or rules or the Constitution?
not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Wallace?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Scott Wallace, Rockingham County District 8, the town of Danville. I also sit on the Rockingham County Executive Committee, and in my role is Chair of the Sheriff's Office Subcommittee. Rockingham County has had some issues over the past decade with keeping the Sheriff's Office with some continuity. We had a sheriff pass away in 2015, necessitating the county delegation to appoint a sheriff who was only able to serve for 1 term because he was aged out, and that's created a little bit of a continuity problem with the department. So this simple fix would allow a sheriff who attains the age of, who turns 70 during his term, to continue the term. It's very simple. We'd like to see that happen, and we ask for this committee to pass this. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How many counties do you know have a 4-year term for their sheriff as opposed to 2?
I believe there's 2 counties at this point. Just one? Okay. I stand corrected. 1, Rockingham County at this point.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you for answering that question. I'm sure it was for the rest of us. Charles Massahose?
Thank you, Chairman McGuire and members of this committee for me to be here today to speak about this bill that we're trying to put in. My name is Chuck Macias. I'm the High Sheriff of Rockingham County. In 2022, the state legislature passed a bill that would change the term of office for Rockingham County elected officials from a 2-year to a 4-year term. As a result, should I be reelected in my next cycle, I will reach the age of 70 during the middle of my term. So I would only be able to fulfill that term for 2 years. Currently, I ask your support this change in the Constitution. The change would permit any sheriff who attains the age of 70 years to finish out that current term as the official duly elected by the voters. Passing that amendment would allow the voters of the state to weigh in on this critical change. The only other person that is restricted by this age is that of judges. They retire at or prior to the age of 70. However, it is common practice that judges return to the bench after retirement to assist the judicial branch. I would classify this as a loophole in the age requirement, which is not afforded to sheriffs. In closing, I ask you humbly to pass this legislation, allow the voters of the state to determine whether a change in age is warranted. But I'm going to go off what I wrote because I feel that I need to speak by my heart. I was elected in 2018 as the High Sheriff of Rockingham County. I'm very passionate about what I've done. We were fortunate enough to have Sheriff Downing as our sheriff, and as everybody knows that he passed away from cancer. Sheriff Downing led that department. He started changing the dynamics of that sheriff's office to a full police organization. We were lucky to get Mike Hero elected by the delegation, and Mike fulfilled 1 term. But Mike didn't run a 2nd term because of the age requirement. So he would have been 1 year short of, 1 year short, which means if this bill was put into effect that he could run. Now it comes to me because we have a 4-year term. Even if I had a 2-year term, right, I would want to run. And if I had to resign, I would resign because for 6 years now, I've battled the opioid crisis in Rockingham County and in the state, and I'm getting drugs off the street. I've turned it into a full-fledged police organization. I've built one of the most effective drug units in the state of New Hampshire. We want to continue on that path, and just getting this bill passed will give me 4 years, another 4 years where I can get it done. Now, I don't want to be sheriff when I'm 75, but I want to make sure that I fulfill the promises I made to the taxpayers and the voters of the state about getting these illegal drugs off the street. I think it's a good bill. I think it will, if other sheriff's offices, I know some other sheriff's offices are trying to get a 4-year term, which they should get because 2 years isn't enough time to get anything done. So I appreciate you letting me listen to me today, and I thank you for your time.
Are there any questions? Representative Gould?
Just to get clarification on a question that Representative Lekis asked earlier. If this passed and you were able to continue your term to the end and you were over age 70, would that mean that you could not run for re-election because
Correct.
you were too old?
Once I'll be too old. So if this bill passes, if the voters elect me to be sheriff again, then I'll be able to stay on until I'm 72. But I'm not going to be able to, I won't be able to run again because it's a 70 age gap.
Representative Baroda?
Thank you. What are the requirements for running for sheriff in New Hampshire?
What are the requirements?
Yeah.
There is
The
none.
county. There's no, you don't have to
be a-
live in the county. You don't have to.
You You
So
can be a-
anybody can run
You
for
can be a
sheriff.
plumber, you can be electrician, you could be a guy pumping gas at a gas station to run for sheriff. There's no college requirements, which is, it's just unfortunate. I mean, I came to this job as a part-time deputy sheriff, but I'm also a businessman. I own my own business in Londonderry, New Hampshire. So, I mean, I brought close to 40 years with the business experience, plus law enforcement experience working for the Rockingham County Sheriff's Office, and 4 years with the New Hampshire State Police. But there are no requirements for sheriff. That's why it's very important that we try to, listen, the sheriffs in the state are all hardworking men, and you, when I first took over this job 2 years, the first 2 years, you get your feet wet, you're trying to get as much as you're done. When we got this 4-year term, it's like, this is like phenomenal, because now I can concentrate on my job, taking drugs off the street, being community policing, right? Getting out there to do what we can do to assist our local law enforcement partners. The state police right now are down 80 troopers in this state. So, or close to 80 troopers, but we're there helping out the state police. All these small police departments can't get police officers, so we're there to support our local police departments. Investigations or backing them up or working their towns. That's what we do. As far as the experience goes with this job, anybody can run for sheriff. But you want to try to keep the right people in the right job. I've been doing a great job. All the sheriffs have been doing a great job. It's just with that 70-year cap, it's hard to predict the future. You know what I mean? About this job. I hope that answers your question.
Actually, it doesn't follow up because if there's a cap on age, that's a requirement. So
Right.
are you required to live in the county? I don't care about your qualifications.
No,
I just want to,
I have to live in Rockingham County
and what else?
to run for sheriff.
That's it?
That's it.
So why don't we say, instead of this, why don't we say that in order to run for county sheriff, you can't be 70 during your term?
I don't understand the question.
That would limit the age.
Well, I mean, it would be nice to get rid of the age requirement.
No, I'm saying that you cannot run if you're going to turn 70 within your term. That would be a different way of phrasing what
Well,
you're
then
doing.
you're shortchanging me 2 years. I could run, but then I would have to resign. I'd have to resign.
The statute says you're out of office the day you turn 70.
Correct.
And you're done.
I'm done. So when I turn 68 years old, right, I'm planning on running. If this bill gets passed or not, I'm planning on running, and then I'll resign, and then the delegation will pick the next sheriff.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? I will say that 70 isn't as old as it used to be.
No. And to be honest with you, I don't want to be sheriff when I'm 75 years old. I just want to fill my obligation to the voters of Rockingham County. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Not seeing anybody. I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you for your time.
And we will resume at 1:30 with archival records. Yep. Yes, I mean, we had I had a constituent run for Merrimack County Sheriff because he was a deputy in Rockingham County. And but he lived in Merrimack County, so he had to run in Merrimack. That's it. All right. Okay, welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1433, and I call on Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough 21, town of City of Manchester, Ward 1. Here to introduce House Bill 1433 FN, permitting the Secretary of State to accept historical records and objects and donations for their maintenance. This was at the request of the Secretary of State's office. After going through some of the things they have, accepting donations for a number of items, it was realized that unlike many other departments here in the state of New Hampshire, they don't have the statutory authority to accept these or actually have in place a way for accepting donations for the documents or anything else they may receive or to receive outside money for also maintaining these articles. And also, if I may, Madam Chair, there was an amendment submitted to OLS last week at the request of Secretary of State's office that is not ready yet. No surprise. But I was just over there and they said it's urgent. They'll have it to us in probably 15, 20 minutes. That's well after this hearing. But what that does is put 2 positions into the Secretary of State's office for the maintenance of this division, which they will talk about when they come up. It's money they already have available to put into position. They're not looking for added monies. So if I may, I'll let them speak to this bill and speak to that amendment because they're well versed in it.
Thank you. Representative Lekis?
Just a quick question. So just to be clear, this allows them to accept things, but it doesn't require them to accept anything donated to them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And follow up, is there any requirement that anything they've accepted, they have to keep for the rest of eternity? Or can they choose not to at some point?
I believe they have their choice to do what they want, but I'm sure they can answer that
All right,
for you.
thanks.
But like I said, many other state agencies already have this in place, this option, and they, going through their records, found out that it's not in their statute, so they were asking for it.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much, Representative Goley. Aaron Hennessy?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Erin Hennessy. I am the Deputy Secretary of State.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ashley Miller. I'm the New Hampshire State Archivist. Okay. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 1433. The Division of Archives and Records Management has 2 principal functions. The first is to preserve documentation of the history of New Hampshire state government institutions, making them available and accessible to the public. We also assist state agencies with the efficient and proper management of their records, and with that service, offer them storage space for their records. In late February 2023, I started as the New Hampshire State Archivist, and since then, I've been working to clean up and update all of our policies and procedures, included any needed statute changes. This bill formally allows us to accept donations of archival materials and any potential monetary donations that may accompany them. The amendment offered by Representative Goley allows us to offer a higher labor grade for 2 of our entry-level but critical operations records clerk positions, which due to the lapse in vacancies, we already have covered. I just want to end this with, I recently had a representative visit for her birthday to come check out all of the awesome things we have at Archives, and would encourage all of you to reach out and come check out Archives. I'd be happy to give you a tour. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt and then Manager Pudi, and then Schuett.
Having recently been over at the archive, and not for the first time, I was standing in the main hall of the archives and admiring two portraits which are on that wall. And maybe I could ask the archivist to speak to those two paintings, because every one of us should see that when we get a chance.
Thank you for your question, Representative Schmidt. Are you referring to the painting in the research room or in the front lobby, the big, lovely mural?
The lobby.
No.
The lobby where I met you.
Yes. There is a big, beautiful mural of New Hampshire wilderness right when you walk into the front lobby of the archives. There's also 2 historic desks there, too.
Thank you. Representative Manchaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So is this archive exhibit open to public or just officials?
Thank you for your question. It is open to everyone. Everything we have at the archives that's open to the public, I should say. These are the people's records, so we encourage everyone to come take a look at them.
Thank you.
Representative Schuett and then Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank Ms. Miller for her help in obtaining some documents to celebrate the 200th anniversary of Merrimack County. Thank you for providing that. But my question is, I've been there many times, and I know that you already have an extensive collection. How was Archives able to receive those without this particular statute?
Thank you for your question. So our archival materials come from a variety of places. And we have received donations in the past. This just formally allows us to do so. Now, we do have the right to say no to donations and things, that we already have, but that would be at my discretion.
Okay. Representative Brown and then Lakis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here and taking my question. So you have 2 positions that haven't been filled, and that's what these 2 positions are going to take. Did I understand that?
Thank you for your question. We have 1 position that's currently open. It's open because of a recent retirement, but because of the various vacancies we've had throughout the year, giving them the pay bump is already covered by money we have.
Okay, follow up?
Follow.
So will this permanently add to your staff, number-wise?
No.
Okay, thank you.
In that case, if we do have an amendment to create 2 new positions at a higher labor grade, I trust we will also abolish the lower labor grade positions. Okay, I see you're agreeing. We'll put that on the checklist. Thank you, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. 2 questions. One is the one I'd asked Representative Goley. So if you accept a donation of some material, do you have an obligation to keep it?
Thank you for your question. So that varies on donation to donation. We have a deed of gift agreement, another policy I had updated this year, which determines, based on the donor agreement between me and the donor, whether we would keep it in perpetuity, whether, if I go through it and decide we already have several duplicates of these materials and I can throw it away or give it back to the donor. It really varies on the materials and the donor, whether they want it back or if it'll be disposed of.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So this is going to the positions. You said a higher labor grade. Are these salary positions, hourly?
These are hourly positions.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Just sorry to clarify, these are salaried positions. They're just very entry level. Full-time.
Okay, Representative Lakis.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if these are ones that are going to have to be classified and that the Joint Committee on Employee Classification is going to be seeing.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
If these are salaried, the question is, I would expect, but you can let me know, that that the salary grade you're looking for, or the is something that would go to the Joint Committee on Employee Classification. So I was just going to verify if that's true, which reviews all of those.
In the past, our office has come to this committee to request labor grade changes, and so that's the route we chose to go this time.
Okay.
We'll have to do the dirty work, Representative Blackus. The dirty work, yes. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1433? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Representative Goley, that gives you a chance to go down and get the amendment, which we will have to do before we vote on this bill. Excellent, thank you. All right.
They come into the archives.
Okay.
Big painting of the wall. Painting of the declaration. And the elevation of the notables, off in the distance, you can't really pictures.
All right. The next hearing is at 2 o'clock, so we have a short break. Oh, well, thought they'd talk for at least 15 minutes. Well, we'd have time to vote on it, but not without the amendment. Schedule a Right, it being 2:00, I'm opening the hearing for House Bill 1095, and I call Representative Gallagher.
Hi, I'm Representative Eric Gallagher, representing Merrimack County District 20, which is Concord Ward 6, down that ways a little ways. And I'm here to introduce HB 1095 relative to the official pronunciation of New Hampshire and Concord. So, first thing I'd note is just which portion of the RSAs this is going in. This is going in RSA Section 3, which is the state symbol section. So it's the kind of thing where there's the state animal, state insect, butterfly, fruit, all that sort of thing. So yeah, just as with the other state symbols, for example, even though the state fruit is the pumpkin, you can still grow other fruits besides pumpkins, which I'm sure our apple growers appreciate. So since I'm putting it in the state symbol section, you can still feel free to say Concord if you wish. But it's basically just having it having the pronunciation put somewhere official so that people can know the right way to recognize this. Basically, the way I see RSA 3 is basically the section for describing the official branding of the state of New Hampshire. Basically, these are the symbols by which you'll recognize us. And branding is actually something that a lot of organizations take really seriously and spend a lot of money on. Like my college, for example, spent a large amount of money redesigning its visual identity. This here, rather than being visual, is auditory. Yeah, I have the correct pronunciation here. I looked up the, I decided to put it in the International Phonetic Alphabet. So that's what this handout that I handed around is all the different characters that are in the International Phonetic Alphabet. The reason for that is because English with just the plain Roman alphabet doesn't actually have enough characters to represent every particular sound that humans can make with our mouths. So people a few hundred years ago realized we needed a sort of standard way that to write sounds that could represent every possible sound in every possible language. So they came up with the International Phonetic Alphabet. So yeah, it's used in reference works like dictionaries. Singers will use it if they have to sing in a language they don't know. My brother actually recently got married, and his wife is a speech pathologist, so they had to learn IPA as part of her speech pathology training. So yeah, it's basically kind of the standard. And then the idea is by putting it in IPA. So, all right, actually this kind of gets to why I filed the bill in the first place, but I've been studying Japanese recently, and one of the things I've noticed, so they've got a few different character sets that they use. So one of them for foreign loan words, and it's that one's called katakana and is also phonetically based. And when I saw how they had, how in Japanese they had decided to transcribe Concord and New Hampshire, I was like, wait, this isn't how you actually pronounce it. It looked like Concord and New Hampshire, like with sticking a Y in the New Hampshire. So basically the idea here is that we update the IPA first, and then any speakers of languages that have phonetically based writing systems would then also update their spelling of Concord and New Hampshire to reflect the pronunciation. So yeah, just some, besides Japanese, just some other examples of where this could come in useful. With the First in the Nation presidential primary, we get a lot of presidential candidates visiting, and they often have a hard time figuring out how to pronounce things. So I was just thinking this could help them. Also, telemarketers, when they put out phone calls, often get it wrong too. And you heard with the Canadian Consul General, Bernadette Jordan, when she spoke before us, she mostly got it right, but I do remember one specific instance when she said New Hampshire. And so hopefully just having this written down somewhere official would help people preparing to speak before us. I will admit that this is a rather minor thing to have a bill about. One question is, well, why are you wasting your time on this bill when there's other more important stuff? So I have a few responses to that question. One would be, well, you could also make that argument about anything else that's already in RSA 3. Why waste time on having a state fruit or something? And also, it didn't actually take that long, and we're a part-time legislature with 400 members. So if you multiply the amount of time available to any particular one of us by 400, the amount of person hours that we have available to us is kind of a lot. And I do actually have bills on more important topics too. This is one of 11 LSRs I filed this year. But I do kind of try when filing bills to go for things that other people aren't also legislating about. A lot of the other more important issues, the trenches are already dug in, and people have already made up their minds about it. But with something more minor like this, then I think we can have a chance to bring people together and actually pass some legislation. And one more question to address. New Hampshire makes sense for us to address as a state since we're the state legislature. I guess one question to kind of preemptively answer would be, well, why single out Concord when there are these other place location names that also get mispronounced? And I think the reason there is because Concord's the state capital. If the state is going to put its government here, I think we do kind of deserve a little bit more special consideration than some of the other places, just because, if you're telling people, oh, you need to come testify at the hearing in Concord, like that's kind of a state affair since, the state government is meeting here. I also noticed in my email, I see there's going to be a non-germane amendment about it. I won't speak directly to that, but I will note that I just generally would oppose any non-germane amendments on principle just because I don't think it's necessary. So with that, I'll now take questions. Oh, actually, wait, no, one more thing that I wanted to mention about the pronunciation. Some of you may know the Bonners, Matt and Luke Bonner, who went to basketball, and Matt Bonner in particular is known for having this shirt that says, I came, I saw, I conquered, and like Concord written as the state capital. So that pun really only works if you pronounce it correctly. And also one more thing. So there are 4 Concords in the United States. Besides the one we're in now, there's also one in Massachusetts, North Carolina, and California. So I think by specifying the pronunciation of ours specifically, that should help people tell them apart a little bit better. So maybe we won't get as many people coming here asking where the battlefield is. So yeah, that's what I have to say about this bill, and I'll take questions now.
Thank you. Representative Schuett has a question, and then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for explaining your motivation. I was curious about that, but I do have concerns. I'm of a considerably older generation, and we have a lot of old Yankee folks who still live in New Hampshire, and they pronounce it New Hampshire and Concord. And I'm curious if you discussed this idea with any of them. I'll tell you, I'm fearful that some of them may be offended if we mandated a specific pronunciation that doesn't jive with their heritage.
Well, again, it's not mandating. It's not saying that anyone has to use this since it's going in the state symbol section. So, and yeah, I just compare this back to some of the other state symbols, you know, with the state fruit of choosing pumpkins. I'm sure some apple farmers were offended by that. I mean, I did do some research on this to see what's already used in some places. And yeah, this is what I found when looking it up as part of my research process.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. RSA 331 at this time is the state spider, so I don't know if OLS numbered that wrong or if I'm looking at it incorrectly.
Yeah, it may very well be a numbering mistake. I just, yeah, this is just what OLS drafted for me. So if a section needs to be renumbered, then I'm perfectly okay with that.
Thank you.
Very good. Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This will be an audio clip that would be pronounced in phonetic with the international phonetic alphabet using that, or is it just a click just written in the international phonetic alphabet?
Well, so yeah, I mean, since the way we do our legislation still is primarily on paper, you can't really put audio clips onto paper. But I would think like, yeah, that this does actually kind of bring up another reason I filed this bill was just to see if the legislation software that OLS uses could render the characters properly. And I think what one kind of bigger picture goal that I'd like to see eventually is moving to digital native legislating, where you could include things like audio and stuff in the legislation. And yeah, if the state wants to put an audio clip on their website, yeah, to go with this, then yeah, I would appreciate that. But as long as we also have to have paper copies as well, then we need to be putting in some sort of written format.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
And thanks for having me.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1095? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And we will go into executive session, as agreed with Representative Rhoda before she left, on House Bill 1433. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move ought to pass so that I can introduce an amendment. If I get a second.
Okay, Goley and Schmidt. Yes, your amendment is?
And I move amendment 0662H.
All right. That's 662H. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Representative Schmidt has seconded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we heard, currently, unlike a number of other state agencies, Archives doesn't have in statute the ability to accept, I'll speak to the amendment first, I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. First.
What the amendment does, it strikes out two stock clerk, two positions and makes them back to stock clerk 3. As you heard, one of the positions is currently vacant. They're having trouble filling these positions, and they're hoping with a little bit of a salary upgrade, they can get these positions filled. They're important positions. They're the ones that maintain the stock and the clerks and working in behind the scenes. So they're hoping with this little salary bump that they can get that position filled in doing so. So that's why they brought forward this amendment.
All right. And despite the reference to the governor drawing out a warrant, the Secretary of State testified that they had enough money in their budget to cover it.
Correct. And they said that would be roughly under $5,000 to cover those two positions.
Okay. Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently, they do accept, but it's not done in a, they do accept donation.
We're talking about the amendment right now.
Okay.
We'll get back to the bill after we just decide on the amendment. Representative Lekis?
Yeah, just to make it clear, the 5,000 is the additional cost because of the increase in the salary range. So they're getting rid of 2 at a lower position and creating 2 at a little higher. And they said the total for the 2 positions is around 5,000.
Okay. Yes. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if Representative Goley knows this. I probably should have asked the folks that were here. These 2 positions are needed to handle the extra work in receiving donations?
No.
No.
There are these 2 current positions are in place. This removes those 2 positions, creates 2 new positions at a higher grade.
Okay. So as a follow-up,
Follow-up?
it's almost 2 separate issues.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I hope this is considered a germane amendment, but Representative Lekis?
Right, and I think as I understand, I think the point was that the current salary range, they have not been able to fill the positions, and they're hoping to be able to do so.
They're hoping that there would be more donations coming in, but one never knows. Anyone else?
Correct. It's really 2 separate.
All right, we'll see if it's judged non-germane, but it looks pretty germane to me, so. All right, anyone else? Okay, in that case, the motion is.
Madam Chair? Excuse
Yes.
me. That's not what I was meaning at all.
Well,
That it
we're-
was non-germane. I didn't mean that, but that's not what I
Okay,
meant.
well, that's fine. It is, only marginally related to the original bill at best. Okay. I'm trying to run this as an educational opportunity for everybody. Okay, so the motion is to accept Amendment 0662H, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakers.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
No problem.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
13 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay, we've adopted the amendment. Representative Goley, you're ought to pass with amendment, correct? And Representative Schmidt seconds. Okay. Any further discussion? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was starting to state a little ahead of myself, that this just gives them the ability to do what most other state agencies currently do now, and this codifies it into statute to accept those donations and goods.
Okay. Representative Manjapudi?
Yeah,
Go
so just to follow up with that, so currently they do accept, they do have it, but put it in the statute so it becomes official, is what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gould?
As I understand, there are some statutes that require various agencies to put their records there, but this is just giving them the ability officially to accept them. So the previous behaviors haven't been outside of legislation always, but
Well, but I'm sure they have donations from private parties and so forth that they've accepted as being relevant, but when the new archivist found out that they weren't actually authorized to do so. Yeah, exactly. All right, does anyone else have a comment? Representative Schmidt, I should have gotten you sooner.
So, I mean, the situation has been that they were obviously occasionally given things, donated things and so forth. They accepted them because it seemed normal, natural and so forth. But it was always a situation where somebody would say, well, what's the deal with that? And people would go, well, it's perfectly obvious. And we have all kinds of things in statutes like addresses where things get sent. And every once in a while that address goes out of currency and so forth. And then we have to change the statute to either take an address out or to correct the address. But it has to be changed because otherwise it's wrong in the statute. So it's strictly ministerial, but it makes more sense to have it resolved rather than, well, it's obvious.
Exactly. And any other comments, questions? Okay, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1433, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
13 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay, the motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Representative Goldie, if you could get it in fairly soon, I'd appreciate it. All right. And I would like to go on to the other simple one, which is how CACR 11. Does someone have a motion on that?
I'll move ought to pass.
All right. Is there a second? Okay. Representative Brown. Okay. Representative Gould?
It seems to me that this bill makes a lot of sense in terms of those candidates who are holding an elected position whose age is going to change during the course of their current engagement. They're prevented from continuing on beyond the age limit because they cannot run for re-election. So it's a matter of a year or two to let somebody finish out their term, and it makes sense to me.
Representative Brown, do you wish to comment on your second? Okay. Representative Schmidt, and then Dolan, and then Simon.
Thank you. Ordinarily, I would have seconded this CACR motion, but I deferred specifically, and I would speak to it, and that is in Stratford County, we currently have an acting sheriff because I'm sure many of you are aware of the very disgraceful situation with former High Sheriff Mark Brave. He was put into an administrative leave situation at the urging of the commissioners because he really shouldn't have been carrying out the functions of the sheriff given his legal issues, and the department was in bad shape. So the commissioners got him to accept this administrative leave, and one of the able members of the law enforcement in Stafford County stepped forward to become the acting sheriff. And that was fine as long as everything was kind of like in suspended animation there. But then Mark Brave moved out of state. That issue came up. What are the qualifications? You have to live in the county. And he actually moved out of the state and paid his next year's rent in advance. That kind of suggests a certain long-term plan, right? And at that point they said, now you have to resign. And so when he did, now the delegation has to elect, in the circumstance, has to elect the replacement, because that's what the statute requires. And the individual involved is the only person who applied for the position. So we're going to be electing him. But the point is, he's going to turn 70 on October 24th. So that means that under the law, if we do elect him, which we'll do in a week or so, when October 24th comes along, he's automatically out. There will be no sheriff. He doesn't have to resign. He's just gone. Okay, now for a week, which is what it will be until the next election, somebody will act for that week. But the point is that here's somebody who's eminently qualified, who's doing an excellent job. We're going to elect him to be sheriff. He's only going to have 10 months or so in office. But in the case of Rockham County, where they have a 4-year term, Sheriff Maceos, I think he pronounces it, he gave us a good reason why it's not a good idea to have them automatically removed from office the moment they turn 70. And we're also at a point where 70 ain't no age at all for most people. I'm going like 70-year-old, nice young man.
Okay, Representative Dolan?
I wait.
You wave off. Okay, Representative Simon and then Lekis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In principle, according to the testimony you heard, I'm not sure that I'm opposed to the bill. I just want to make sure I understand completely what it is that we're voting on. And it's part of my ignorance on this, but who determines the length of term for these positions?
It's in statute.
It's in statute, so it would have to come through us for a law change. Because once we change it, we could theoretically, anyway, change the length of the term, and somebody could start at age 69, and we change it to a 10-year term, and they could stay in until they were 79. Because there's a hard line in this particular constitutional statute, or the Constitution. So I do have maybe a little bit of a concern about that, but it being in statute, at least it would have to come through us, I suppose.
9 of the sheriffs serve 2-year terms, and 1 serves a 4-year term. Representative Lekis and then Schuett.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel strongly, but I really don't like this. Partly the concern that Rep. Simon raised, and I'd have less of a concern if in the amendment it set it at 2 years. But the other part of it is, I know it applies in other cases, but at this point, we're basically not only making a bill, but proposing a constitutional amendment for the moment one person, and I'm not terribly fond of that. But I may vote against it, I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't object to consent if that's the consensus.
I don't believe CACRs can go on consent anyway.
Right, sorry.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just point out, I think we're all aware of the shortage in law enforcement officers in the state, and the pool of people who run for sheriff are traditionally, I will say, retired officers or retired sheriff's deputies, which automatically moves them into an older category. So I think just making this concession and for all the counties except one currently, it would just be like another year basically added that they would be eligible to serve. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay. Representative Gould?
I would just quickly respond to Representative Simon's concern that certainly if there was a a bill to lengthen the term, that the issue of the age could be taken up at that time. You know, both things could happen. Lengthen the term and put that hard stop in.
Okay, same folks as always. Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just surprised to see that the sheriff need not be a law enforcement and anybody can do. So it just opens it up for anyone who is 69 or 70 and can have it as a retirement job. So
Yes. Representative Schmidt.
Okay, so the issue is that whether you like it or not, and we in Representative Lekis's position is worth some discussion. I didn't want to get in it before, but I was aware of this thing, and that is not so much that we're doing it for one person, but we're doing a constitutional amendment, which means this citizenry is going to be called on to make this change by a 2/3 vote, right? And the question becomes the age aspect, or whether you say a person should have some qualifications, but it's a political office. It's an elective office. And now, the county sheriff is also an elective office, but there are qualifications.
This is the county sheriff.
What? Sorry, I meant to say that if I didn't say it right, the county attorney is an elected position as well. The register of deeds is an elected position. But with the county attorney, there are some qualifications. With sheriff, only one is you have to be under 70 currently, and you have to live in the county. So it's worth discussing whether we want to go forward with the idea of making a constitutional change. I think we should deliberate about that a little bit more.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
owing to the time, I move the question.
Well, I think we will postpone this. We've raised a lot of issues, and I think we should, I think it would be quicker if we went on to the next bill.
I'll withdraw the motion.
So we'll just recess until after we've dealt with the next
okay.
bill. Which I hope, since there's only one person to speak, it won't be too long. All right, so recessing the executive session, open the hearing on CACR 21 and call Representative Yokela.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am here to introduce CACR 21 relative to the oath of city officers. The resolution proposes a critical provision asserting that the default oath of office shall be non-religious. Government should strive to be neutral in matters of religion, treating all citizens equally regardless of their religious beliefs. A non-religious oath helps maintain this neutrality and prevents the perception of favoritism towards religion over non-religious people. Gallup found in 2015 that only 20% of New Hampshire residents consider themselves to be very religious. Many religious people would have no issue under using the words swear under penalty of perjury in their oath. And so I believe this change will overall reduce the number of people, quote, refusing oaths so that they can get the other oath. I believe that adopting a non-religious oath as the default option is a commendable step towards guaranteeing inclusiveness by no longer assuming that by default that members believe in God. By eliminating religious references in the default oath, we make religious expression separate from governmental functions, the normal state of government, while still keeping the option of the alternate oath for those who really want to swear to God. This constitutional amendment aligns with the fundamental principles of equal representation and holds the cherished value of the separation of church and state. this amendment will send a strong message to the people that our government is committed to recognizing and respecting the diversity of its citizens. As an atheist, I requested an oath of office the first time when I swore in as a representative. But I would say more often than not, when I get sworn in, I forget to refuse, and they hand me a piece of paper that says, I swear to God, and I have to make a decision in that moment of whether or not I'm going to make a big deal out of it. And since most of my elected positions have been at the town office, it's my town clerk that would have to be like run up and get another new piece of paper and all of that. And I have not made her go do that extra work. And so I just think that it makes sense. Like every time I get sworn in, I under the wrong oath or oath swearing to God, I find it ironic that we still have that be the default in the state of New Hampshire or in the country in general, that swearing to God instead of just under penalty of perjury. So I hope you will support the change of that switch of the default, not eliminating any options, just changing the default to the non-religious oath of office. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not aware of any oath where the wording is "I swear to God." I believe the oaths I've all taken have all said "I swear" or "affirm." Some people don't like to use the word "swear." I swear or affirm that I'm not swearing to God, although the words "so help me God" are present in this particular document. And I have a question about that after somebody else has a shot. But so I am a little bit puzzled by the first several instances. The words "so help me God" are struck, and substitute oath and penalties of perjury. I think it's worthy of discussion. And then later on, it's that language is struck, and it's substituted for "so help me God." So why the ones into the woods on the one hand and out of the woods on the other hand? So
Thank you for the question. So the first two are the default, where I'm striking it on line 6 to 7 and 10 to 11. I'm striking out that is what is normally given if you don't refuse. That's what is given to everyone.
Right.
And if you refuse, then comes in this second part of the oath, which says that if anyone is scrupulous of swearing, shall decline from taking the said oath, and then they omit the words that you have an issue with and substitute the other words. And so if you have an issue with "I swear under penalty of perjury," you can then switch to just eliminate the word "swear" for certain denominations and switch to "so help me God" instead of the standard.
okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Yukela, are you aware that this constitutional change would not apply to town offices? If you look on line 3, town officers are explicitly exempted from the oath.
Thank you for the question. I do see that. And so that's, I guess that would mean that a change for town officers would not require a constitutional amendment. And so I don't think it should be combined with this bill, since this bill has a higher standard to get passed. Great.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Representative Dillon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just pulled out a $10 bill out of my wallet and I'm looking at the back of the bill, and right above the flag, it says, "In God We Trust." Do you believe that this change is going to put us at odds with things such as our currency that we use?
Representative Dolan, you shouldn't question his motives that way.
I didn't understand.
I think I agree that it's a federal, that the money is a federal issue and not a state issue at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on CACR 21? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and we will resume our executive session on CACR 11. And as Representative Simon, I think you are on deck.
Oh, yes. You got to backtrack in my thinking to where we were at. I'm not sure, actually. I was going to respond to Representative Gould's comment that we could put a hard line in. I mean, technically, if we were to change the term limits on these positions, which aren't just in this bill, I believe it's not just pertaining to sheriffs, it would also be pertaining to judges, because judges are included if I'm in this part of the Constitution, or so any judge of court, judge of probate, or sheriff of any county after the person has attained the age of 70. Oh, no, it switches to sheriff, right?
Yep, this is specific to sheriffs.
Okay, never mind on that point. But it wouldn't, I mean, we could set the age obviously by the term that we give to the sheriff. But then a subsequent legislator could switch that age to another age. So it doesn't create a hard line at any particular point in time. I'm not saying that a future legislature would be irresponsible or, anything of that nature. I'm not going to question future people's motives that way or abilities, but just wanted to say I'm not sure that it actually does create a hard line. It obviously maintains control through the legislature, but yeah, that was it.
Okay, Representative Sherwood, you had a comment?
I decided not to. I was going to say, speaking as an octogenarian, 70 doesn't seem that old.
Okay. Yes, Representative Bailey. And then
I'm not
Brown.
entirely sure this is germane, but Representative Schmidt asked or said that we would be electing a new sheriff sometime soon. Who's we? Is that a general election, or is it you and I then are the only ones in the room that will be doing this? Yes. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. But okay, thank you.
You remember we elected the county attorney just a month ago.
Okay, Representative Brown, did you have a comment?
They resign or go away.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on Representative Schuett said something about 1 year. Actually, you could be 74 years, 11 months, and 30 days old.
When you
Correct.
get elected, yes.
That's how long you could be in if you were elected a day before your birthday.
Mhm.
What's that? In Rock, yes, in that count. And follow up.
Yeah, follow up.
And a couple of people have said this, but it seems like a one-off. And when you take the job as sheriff, you know when it ends, and if you haven't finished your goals, and that is kind of how life goes sometimes, I think.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. Yeah, for that reason, I'm going to, and also because this is a limit in the Constitution, but it can be gotten around. I'm not saying the legislature would do it, but legislature could set the maximum term to 70 years or something and basically make this thing null. And so unless there were a maximum term they're elected at in this amendment as well, I'd have to oppose it.
Okay. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leave us not forget that all this really does is puts it to the voters to see if they want to agree with it or not.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'd like to say that I'm very uncomfortable legislating for one person, which is what it seems to be. And I'm not in support of this amendment. All right, anyone else? Comments, questions? Representative Gould?
I've heard several of you talk about that it's only for one person, but yet Representative Schmidt is telling us about a second, and it really is about anybody who, and as we've talked about that, excuse me, Representative Schuett expressed that it's generally retirees. So I think that just because one person who came forward and testified is experiencing it, we should look at this as something that could affect any candidate. And it isn't really only about one candidate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Comments? Questions? Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass on CACR 11, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
No.
Representative Lakis,
No.
Representative Bailey,
No.
Representative Dolan. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
No.
Representative Brown,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Goley.
No.
Did I miss you? Oh, you're back. Sorry,
Was I?
I'd scratched you off from when you were. I apologize. Representative Groda,
No.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi,
No.
and the chair.
No.
So we have 14, 10 yeas, 4 yes. 4 yes, sorry, 10 nay.
Okay, so that's 4 in favor, 10 opposed, and the motion fails. Does someone have an alternate motion?
I'll move ITL.
All right, is there a second? Okay. Moved by Representative Broda, second by Representative Lekis. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, from what I understand, you guys have talked about this enough, so I think we're ready to vote.
All right, Representative Lekis?
I agree.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, the motion is inexpedient to legislate by Representative Broda. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Gould,
No.
Representative Mangiapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
10 yea, 4 nay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to apologize for referring to my committee mates as guys. I apologize for that.
We'll bear
It's
up under
very
the
sloppy.
insult. Okay. The motion passes 10-4. Does someone wish to write a minority report? Okay. So we'll put Diane down in case for the minority report. It will be on the regular calendar in any case, so I think we're okay. Yep.
I'll take responsibility.
Okay, all right, you will write a minority report of school. All right. It'd be really nice to get in the calendar, which is tomorrow we'll do. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we can go on to do one of the others. No, no. All right, we'll take a break until 3 p.m. when we will pick up with our last bill of the day.
What's that?
Well, I've got a 3:30. But one down is a good start at least.
No, no, I got
You know, All right, welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1016 and call Representative McGo.
No, I gave you, what did you get?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of EDNA. Nice to be here for the first time that I believe it's my first time here. So it's really nice to see everybody and hopefully finish out the day with a bill that's a little lighter than some of the topics that we get. I've been told that this bill's a talker over the Thanksgiving table and around Christmas, and everybody seems to have an opinion on it, which can make it kind of fun. So I just want to talk a tiny bit about some of the history. Jonathan Robinson, Ebenezer Hawkins, and David Lay wrote to General Stark in the spring of 1810. And the letter is here, actually. You can see it on the Historical Society. This is the full letter. And it's our best known recollection and recording of our actual motto. They said, "The toast, sir, which you sent in 1809 will continue to vibrate with unending pleasure in our ears. Live free or die, death is not the greatest of evils." So these were the famous words penned by General Stark commemorating the Battle of Bennington. Of course, he's known as the hero of Bennington. And they have continued to reverberate across New Hampshire for many, many years. 1945 it landed on our state emblem and became our state motto. 1969, we put it on the license plate. And then some 30 years later, some young, naive 20-something sponsored a House resolution in 1999 to put it on the state quarter. And that was me. I was this legislator with then Representative Letourneau, Senator Hollingsworth, and a few others. It was a bipartisan effort to enshrine live free or die forever on our United States currency representing our state. So since then, it never really occurred to me to put it on the flag until I went to NCSL last year. And I thought, well, I've been gone a long time as a returning member. There's an awful lot of members here that I don't know. You see, at NCSL, you get one of those big fancy credentials, and they not only put your name and somewhere they put your state, but they put a little tiny version of your state flag. So if you take a look at the second page, the Committee Services was kind enough to make some color copies for me. You can see all the different flags and that's in this chart that has the red, the beautiful, great, good, boring, that ratings. Down towards the bottom, you see all the ones that are considered boring. And they are affectionately referred to as blue bed sheets with a state seal. And I didn't come up with that. So, we're a great state without a great flag. I mean, we're incredibly unique in so many ways. And everybody knows live free or die across the country. I mean, I can't get on an airplane, go to another city, and tell them I'm from New Hampshire without having someone say, "Oh, the live free or die state." People like to be like us, but they can't recognize our flag. So I looked into how many other times this has been tried, and the most recent time was House Bill 123, sponsored by our own House Clerk, then Representative Paul Smith. Also with one of my co-sponsors, then Senator Letourneau. And their idea was to put Old English script in some scroll work, and it was rather complex. And it arguably was difficult to read, as this could be also, actually. So that went to a floor fight and narrowly failed, actually. It wasn't, that was about, I want to say it was 2017, something like that. So it's been tried a few times before. There's been bills to radically redesign everything, have a contest. The Concord Monitor wrote an article about having high school design students. There's been a lot of discussion about this over the years. So why now and why should we do this? Well, first of all, about 6 or 8 other states have already done something similar. They've done more dramatic redesigns. Maine is in the final stages of adoption. So why don't we just have a whole redesign, have a newspaper contest, have a commission or a committee? Well, all of those things kind of make me chuckle. That's an awful lot of cooks and could be a difficult pill for the traditionalists to accept. Taking the Raleigh off the flag. I mean, there's a lot of history in our state seal. But I will tell you that having learned about the basic rules of flag design, our flag, well, first of all, rule number one is you'll never please anyone, right? Universally, you just will not. Some of the other rules are things like don't put a state seal on a flag. Some other ones are don't put any text on a flag. So yes, I'm suggesting our flag violate one more rule by putting text on it. But it is such unique text. Live free or die. Death is not the greatest of evils. We hear it as death is not the worst of evils. There are worse evils than death. But I assure you the most historically accurate is death is not the greatest of evils. So the first part, live free or die, I just believe in my core belongs on our flag. So we don't get confused with all the other blue bed sheets. So how do we do it? Well, it's pretty simple. We roll it out over 5 years so that we use up our stock of existing flags. Any flag manufacturer like Annan or any of the other big ones, Annan is the big boy, will happily prepare a flag for us at no cost. You know, they won't charge us like a setup fee or something like that. If they did, it'd be $100, but they won't do it anyways because they're going to sell plenty of flags when we add live free or die to it. So it's pretty much that simple. I've given you my written testimony. There's a few other historical tidbits in there, like how we ranked 63rd out of 71 flags of North American states and territories. That included some from Canada. They've got some boring flags up there too. So we were 63rd out of 71, which is pretty bad. But there's at least 20 states whose flags look just like ours. And you know what? That's long enough. It's long enough. It has been our flag for over 100 years, and it's time we add live free or die to it.
All right,
all I
thank you
have.
for your testimony. I'd like to mention that your proposed redesign would not take us out of the boring category because Montana and Kansas already have
You are
lettering
correct.
to say which state they're in on their blue bed sheets. So are there any questions from the committee?
Slightly less boring, maybe,
Thank
and
you for
somewhat
that
more
fine
recognizable.
distinction.
But yes, you are correct. We would actually violate one additional rule of flag design. And I will also mention, I think I said it in my written testimony, I've been regaled with literally hundreds of design suggestions for complete redesign, one of which is sitting behind me, a lovely gentleman who's 12 years old, and I will let him speak for himself because he is more than capable. But there have been an awful lot of suggestions for complete redesigns, and personally, I think that's a great idea, as long as it includes live free or die. But my legislative experience tells me that there may not be the political will for such a radical departure from tradition. So baby steps. And I don't anticipate asking to fully redesign it 5 years from now if you do this.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? All right, seeing none. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Tom Corman. I represent Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the City of Lebanon. And I agree with Representative Magoo that our flag could use improvement. And it's true, it's a lot like a lot of the other flags. There's a very entertaining video that you can find where the flags are actually put into various categories, A through F minus. Ours is, I think, F minus or maybe just F, but it's down in the bottom tier. I actually was thinking of submitting a bill on the state flag this year. In consultation with Representative Magoo, I decided to wait a year and let his bill process through. The bill that I would have presented would have been about a study commission about the flag that would have included somebody from the State Historical Society and somebody from the New England Vexillological Association. For those who don't know, vexillology is the study of flags. And in fact, I have here Good Flag, Bad Flag, a guide to flag design, or how to design a great flag, put out by the North American Vexillological Society. And they have the principles of flag design. Number one, keep it simple. The flag should be so simple that a child can draw it from memory. So a great example would be, say, Texas, a star in a blue background, a couple of stripes. Use meaningful symbolism. So of course we have the Raleigh, which is actually in the state seal. And I would posit that if you were to randomly ask 1,000 New Hampshire residents, tell me something about the boat on the flag, I doubt more than 10% could tell you anything about the boat on the flag, including its name. Number 3, use 2 or 3 basic colors. Well, our flag has a lot of different colors on it. Number 4, no lettering or seals. All right, we fail on that. Not only do we have the seal, but the seal has lettering that says Seal of the State of New Hampshire. And then, of course, this proposal is to add more text, which Representative Magoo admits it violates that rule. One of the things about text is it is hard to read. Even text that Representative Magoo has proposed with a specific size and a specific font, it can be hard to read. And also, on the reverse side of a flag, it would just be mirror image unless the flag is somehow printed on both sides. And number 5, be distinctive or be related. Avoid duplicating other flags, but use similarities to show connections. So of course we are just like these other flags. It certainly isn't unique. So I just feel like if we take our current flag and add text to it, we're taking I hate to say it, but a bad flag, and we're making it worse. So I'll conclude with that.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Lekis has a question.
Yeah, I'll just ask if you could send the information from that you had there on flag design and just send a link to it to the committee.
I'd be happy to do that, and if I can track down that video, I'll send the link to that as well.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Andrew Flockton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Andrew Flockton of Milford and a member of the North American Vexillological Association, which studies flags. I am testifying in support of House Bill 1016, specifically an amendment by Representative Dunn proposing my design for the state flag of New Hampshire. I thank Representative Magoo for his testimony. And I think that the current state flag of New Hampshire basically consists of the state seal on a blue background, commonly called a seal on a bedsheet. The people of New Hampshire helped me decide what to put on this flag. This speech will tell you why these symbols are on my flag and why I think the state flag should be changed. Firstly, the Old Man of the Mountain is a distinct symbol to both New Hampshireites and people nationwide. The Old Man of the Mountain is synonymous with New Hampshire. It is on the state emblem, license plates, state route signs, and the New Hampshire State Quarter. The motto, "Live Free or Die," is a synonymous symbol featured on our state emblem and license plates. This flag would give the Old Man representation on flagpoles across the state. This flag also includes "Live Free or Die," our state motto famously written by General John Stark in 1809. There are also 9 stars representing New Hampshire being the 9th state admitted to the Union. Secondly, 2 states have recently changed their seal on a bedsheet flags, Utah and Minnesota. I think that the design I'm proposing would be a unique symbol of New Hampshire. The New Hampshire flag is one of 33 that use their state seal or coat of arms on their flag, and one of the 25 flags with a blue background. In the 2001 State and Provincial Flag Survey by the North American Vexillological Association, New Hampshire ranked 63rd, or in other words, the 10th worst flag in the survey. That is why I argue that if New Hampshire's flag is changed, it may be a better and more effective flag to represent New Hampshire. I have spoken with flag experts and shown them my design. They seem to like the Old Man of the Mountain, a simple design with few colors and no state seal. The state seal is disliked by both vexillologists and New Hampshire citizens. The vexillologists would like a simple flag. Although none of the vexillologists are from New Hampshire, they were swayed when I educated them on the symbolism of the old man and live free or die. The people of New Hampshire that I've talked to like the flag that incorporates the old man and live free or die. You can see both the vexillologists and the people's choice on a slideshow I have submitted to this committee. You may wonder how many people visit the beautiful White Mountains, in which the old man was nestled. Well, according to the Forest Service, the White Mountains receives upwards of 6 million visitors annually. There is a field of white on my flag to represent the White Mountains. A large majority of these visitors understand the symbolism that the old man represents for New Hampshire. And as far as live free or die, General Stark wrote this as a toast to the Battle of Bennington, a battle which helped America on its quest for independence. The full quote is actually live free or die. Death is not the greatest of evils. New Hampshire is a state that fought to secure the freedoms we all enjoy today. Putting live free or die on the flag serves as a commemoration to our state's history and the freedoms we all enjoy today. Everyone, what do you think of when you think of New Hampshire? What I think about is the old man and live free or die, both great symbols of the great granite state. As you may see, my shirt has my design. This will give you an idea of the flag that I propose. I thank the chair and the committee members for their time.
Thank you. And if you could stand up again so that the slower people can take a look at it. Blue and white with the old man and live free or die. Okay. And the 9 stars behind the old man. Okay, thank you. Much more visible than Representative Magoo's choice. All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Flackton? No? Well, thank you very much for your testimony and your flag design. We'll consider it.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1016? All right. Seeing none, I will close the hearing. And what? You like it? That or the CSR 21? Either one. Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Since we've heard at least 3 pronunciations of the sponsor's name this afternoon, I'd like to have, and the last letters of your name, I think of the word rough, through, though, thou,
etc.
Please. What do you say?
Thank you. It's McGue.
McGue.
McGue or.
I see.
McGue.
The Irish, of course, have mangled the spelling.
Sure.
Okay.
McGue.
Thank you so much. All right. Close the hearing on House Bill 1016, and I'd like to open an executive session on CACR 21. which is the oath of civil officers. Does someone have a motion? Representative Grota?
Yes, hi. Yes. Yes, Madam Chair, I move ITL on CACR 21.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Gould. All right, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. I think the majority, I don't want to generalize, but what we have now is working. And if somebody doesn't want to use the word God, they can opt out for that. And I don't want that option to be the opt-in option, right? I want our oath to be the opt-in, the one that's always there. And if you don't want to have it, you can choose something else.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gould, do you wish to speak to your
I'll
second?
just add, I agree with everything Representative Grota said, and I will just add that my faith causes me to not swear an oath. And so I choose the affirmation when it seems worth bothering somebody. And so I understood the argument in terms of the discomfort of asking for an alternative and having to think about it and all that. But we are all different and we do have options, and the majority likes what we have. So I seconded this ITL.
All right, Representative Gould, Lekis, and then Dolan.
Okay, I'm going to support the ITL, even though I do pick the alternate oath. But, you know, I would see that if we went to propose this, it might be perceived maybe as the sponsor has thought, or maybe not, but there could be problematic perceptions, and I don't see it as a big problem, and so I'm fine with the ITL.
Okay, Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I object to the tendency that we have in society now to try to chase anything religious out of our lives or out of our daily processes. I have a little bit of data from the Pew Research Center that says that people who are highly religious are more engaged with their extended families, more likely to be volunteers in their community, more involved in their community, and generally happier with the way their lives are going. So I think that we should try to retain as much traditional religious value that we have, and I will be voting ITL.
Anyone else have a comment, question? Okay, in that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on CACR 21. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yeah. Yes.
I apologize.
To both of them.
I apologize. Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
13 yea, 1 nay.
Okay, motion passes. Representative Bailey, do you wish to write a minority report? All right, this will be on the regular calendar.
No objection.
Well, I don't think CACRs go on consent.
13-1.
What? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, is there any objection to consent?
Oh, yeah, it's an ITL.
No, I have an objection. You said I couldn't.
Well, sorry, I was corrected. So if no one objects, we'll put it on consent. Okay, seeing none. All right. Do you think we should take up the flag or not? What? Yeah. Okay. On House Bill 1016, does someone have a motion?
I'll make a
Union
motion
State
to
flag.
ITL House Bill 1016.
Second.
All right. You wish to speak to your motion?
I don't believe that the legislature should be making this decision. If we want to change the flag, we should let it be. We should have our constituents involved in whatever way that happens. So although maybe our flag is boring, I never considered it boring, frankly, but that's, apparently the opinion of people who study flags. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder for me. And I don't see a reason that we need to pass this bill.
Okay, Representative Gould?
I agree with everything Representative Grota just said, and I not that long ago studied it myself when there was a big hoopla around the country about Native Americans on state flags and how they were depicted, and was very thankful that we didn't have that to contend with. So I just agree. This is not, it's not an issue, I think. I loved the young man's presentation. If the public wants to get involved and do something creative, yay. I agree.
Yes, Representative Blackus?
Yeah, well, I strongly would like to see Live Free or Die on the flag. I agree that, probably needs a more general redo, and I'm not sure ED&A is the best place to make that decision. Although if I had to vote for one or the other, I probably would have voted for the young fellow who testified flag.
Yes, Representative Simon, and then Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see Live Free or Die on it, but I do have this small concern that when it's flapping in the breeze, it'll just say die. And so that does concern me a little bit.
All right, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. Well, as a trivia wonk, I like having just what's there. If you make it too obvious, then more people are going to know an answer if someone refers to that. Right now, I've actually had the question, "What's the name of the ship on that?" And most people don't know it's the Raleigh, but I do.
Yes. Yes.
That's where we are at
Representative
3:30.
Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the young man who presented will be a rep when he comes up here and say, okay, I'm going to introduce a bill to change the flag. But it was really interesting how the young folks in the state are taking interest. And maybe something the fourth graders will take up.
Representative Bailey.
I guess I'm going to be alone again. I'm going to pander to the vexiologist vote.
Well, the vexiologists say that this redesign makes a bad flag bet worse. So I'm go with the experts.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'll plug the jets.
All right, anyone else? Joe?
Madam Chair, it's a good way of ending the day with a lot of laughter and fun.
Representative Schmidt?
We have a 4:00 appointment at the Dental Society annual bash.
So don't talk too long, Peter.
So I have 30 minutes to burn. But I agree with the initial statement was made. It probably shouldn't be made by this committee like that. I think the young man has, whether he came up with it on his own or with the help of anybody else, is irrelevant to me. But he's got an opportunity to market that design, which I think would sell a lot of flags or pendants or whatever. But I think it really should be, if we're going to take it up, it should be taken up by experts and give the people a choice, not however brilliant we might be, to have it be done by us. I'll vote ITL, but
I'll agree with Representative Schmidt that despite our brilliance, we haven't shown large quantities of artistic talent.
Well, we haven't had a contest to do that yet.
Exactly.
I'll compete in that one. So anyway,
Okay.
let's get on to the Delta Dental Bash.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no further conversation, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1016. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
No is not the worst of evils.
Representative Dolan. The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
No.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Manjaputi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
12 yea, 2 nay.
Okay, motion passes 12 to 2. Does anyone object to consent? All right, then we'll put this one on consent. And what's that? No, we have a non-germane amendment that will fix that one. In the terms of allows you to fix your dog. Yes, all right, I think that's Representative Dolan. Tomorrow we are meeting in our own room for, I think it's 6 or 7 bills, public hearings. As usual, we exec any of them that appear to be obvious. Starting at 10 o'clock, yes. Thursday, we're in session.
Here.
What's
I
it?
wanted to hear what you have to say.
What?
I wanted to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Is 1337 going to subcommittee?
What?
Is 1337 going to subcommittee?
1387.
No, I'm sorry, yes, 87. Sorry.
It might as well along with the other one. I don't think I want to do it today. It would take too long.
Yeah.
And the shrimp would be all gone.
Mm,
All right.
Madam
Thank you
Chair, how
all
about the
for closing
1095?
our public our executive session, and I'll see you tomorrow.